I'd like to reconvene into open session. I'll begin with our land acknowledgement. We recognize that the Mount Diablo School District sits on the territory of the Confederated Villages of Lishan, the ancestral and unceded land of the Bay Miwok and Northern Yokut, the successors of the sovereign Verona Band of Contra Costa County. As members of the MDUSD community, it is vitally important that we not only recognize the history of the land on which we learn, but also we recognize that the land we inhabit and learn on is the ancestral land of these people who are alive and flourishing members of MDUSD and broader Bay Area communities today. As we head into the end of Black History Month, I would also like to acknowledge that upon this stolen land, I acknowledge that the foundation of the United States of America was built upon the forced labor of stolen Black Africans and their descendants. Although the horrors of chattel slavery ended only generations ago, the legacy and aftermath of enslavement persisted through Reconstruction, Jim Crow, and remain today through persistent contemporary systemic anti-Blackness. We recognize that our nation punished Black Africans and their descendants for learning to read during chattel slavery, that Junk and Falk's neuroscience promoted the belief that Black people were not intelligent and therefore intellectually inferior to white dominant culture, that Jim Crow laws allowed for Black schools to receive little to no resources compared to their white counterparts, that the desegregation of schools forced Black children to leave their communities to integrate white schools with the sanctioned educational malpractice and psychological harm and abuse that followed, and never the other way around, resulting in way too many Black children today rarely being taught by Black educators. I acknowledge that modern policies like Prop 209 and No Child Left Behind harmed Black children and were only made possible because of our nation's unapologetic history of anti-Black policies and practices. I understand that the way Black children and their families are often treated in public schools dismisses Black children's brilliance and creativity, cultural capital, and disrespects the expertise of Black parents and family members. But we know Black children are brilliant and worthy, and their families are resilient. You can rise to say the Pledge of Allegiance. Review and 6.2, review and potential approval of minutes from the regular board meeting. Do I have a motion?
Madam President, I move to approve the minutes for the regular board meeting.
I will second that.
Trustee Nava Flores?
Yes.
That passes 5-0 with our trustee. Student trustee concurring. 6.3, review and a potential approval of the agenda. Are we cool?
Yeah, no changes.
Okay.
So
Oh.
I make a motion that we approve the agenda as presented.
Second,
Trustee Nava Flores?
can we test her microphone? Their microphone?
Trustee Nava Flores' microphone isn't working. Has everyone voted? Okay. All right, that passes 5-0 with concurrence from our student board member. All right, report out on our closed session. 7.1, negotiations. The board may discuss negotiations and provide direction to its representatives regarding represented employees pursuant to Government Code Section 5 4957.6, and we received information. 7.2, discipline, dismissal, release, or reassignment of public employee, Government Code Section 54957B1. In a closed session by a vote of 5-0 and no abstentions, the board took action to approve the resignation of employee ID number 41449 per their agreement. And or and sure. Oh, and we have one more. We also, in a closed session by a vote of 5-0, the board took action to non-re-elect employee IDs numbers 39127, 45944, 27635, 46105, effective June 30th, 2023. I'll skip ahead and come back to 7.3 and go to 7.5. Existing litigation, conference with legal counsel, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9, Mount Diablo Unified School District versus Clayton Valley Charter High School et al. Contra Costa Superior Court Case MSC 15-00574. We received information.
So why don't I do, the second expulsion?
Okay. So we'll go to 7.4. Is that what you're asking, Trustee Mason?
Yes.
Okay. 7.4, expulsion of student 9-23 from Mount Diablo Unified School District.
Madam President, I move the board approve the expulsion of student 9-23. And the student, prior to readmission, the student is expected to complete the rehabilitation plan set forth by June 2023. The student must participate in 20 hours of counseling to address drug use, anxiety, and trauma, and the student must show evidence of a successful school experience with no suspendable infractions, earn 30 credits, maintain a 2.0 GPA or better, and have a 90% attendance rate.
Voice vote or,
I'll second that.
yeah, Trustee Pound,
Yes.
Trustee Mason, Trustee Mayo,
Yes.
Trustee McFerrin,
Yes.
Trustee Mason,
Yes.
and I vote yes. That passes 5-0. Now 7.3.
And I move the board approve the expulsion for student 08-23. Prior to readmission, student 08-23 is required to meet the following conditions: participate in 20 hours of counseling to address empathy, safety, and decision-making, and show evidence of a successful school experience with no suspendable infractions, earn 30 credits, maintain a 2.0 GPA or better, and have a 90% attendance rate.
Second.
Trustee Pound,
Yes.
Trustee Mayo,
Yes.
Trustee McFerrin,
Yes.
Trustee Mason,
Yes.
and I vote yes. That passes 5-0.
Thank you, Madam President.
No problem. We can be flexible. Now we have public comment 8.0. Public comment. The public may address the board regarding any item not on the agenda. Allison Figgy.
Good evening. I'm Allison Figgy. I'm here to present to you postcards that were written by certificated staff around the district. I think we all can agree that we would all like what is best for our students. That means ensuring that all students have credentialed teachers available to teach them, certificated librarians to help them access literature and encourage lifelong readers, school nurses to help maintain standard of care, speech therapists to help develop the next best orator. Mount Diablo needs to do more to attract and retain all needed staff to serve our students. At Concord High, where I teach, they currently have 5 open positions without a credentialed teacher. That means every period, 160 students are not being served with a qualified teacher. That is just at one school and one type of position at the school with openings. Currently listed are 33 Medea openings in the district. Now is time to act. We can't wait to hire people on the first day of school. It is imperative that the district leadership takes action, not just to hire new staff members, but to take action to keep staff we have. I urge you to read all the narratives from across the district to see how certificated staff are feeling. Act with a sense of urgency and think of ways to retain the staff we do have while recruiting new staff. Yes, school staffing shortages are nationwide, but ask yourself, why? Then, what actions can this board take to help solve the problem? As a teacher, I am asked all the time what actions and steps I take to solve a problem. Now it's your turn. Our students deserve the best. Your actions as the board need to reflect that.
Thank you. Olivia Rivera.
Necesito aplastar. Necesito moverle. Ah, ah. Buenas tardes. Soy Olivia Rivera, madre de un estudiante de Ignacio Valley High School. ¿Quiere que lo diga todo?
Good evening. I am Olivia Rivera and I'm a mother of a student from Ignacio Valley High School.
Y estoy aquí porque me enteré que al único consejero que conoce la cultura hispana y habla perfectamente el español, lo mueven a Norgate High School.
And I am here because I found out that the only school counselor that knows the Hispanic culture and speaks Spanish fluently is being moved to Norgate High School.
Y nos dejan con 2 consejeras nuevas que no hablan español y no saben de nuestra cultura.
And we are keeping 2 new counselors that don't speak Spanish and don't know about our culture.
Se me hace injusto, se me hace que no hay equidad alguna.
And I think that's not fair. I think there's no kind of equity in here.
Y estoy hoy aquí en representación de otros padres que no pudieron estar, pero que están apoyando la misma situación por la que yo estoy abogando hoy aquí.
And I'm here on behalf of other parents that were not able to be here tonight, but that support the same situation that I'm presenting to you tonight.
Realmente me gustaría que dejaran a esta persona en esta escuela porque es de gran ayuda para nosotros como latinos.
And I would like for this person to remain at the school because it's very helpful for us as the Latin culture.
Y solamente creo que así habrá igualdad en todas las escuelas.
And I believe that only then there will be equity in all the schools.
Por el momento es todo lo que quiero pedir, pero si hay otra ocasión volveré si necesitan alguna otra prueba que crean que los padres de verdad lo necesitamos.
And for today, it's all I'm here. For today is the only thing that I would like to request, but I am willing to get back here if you need to hear more about why we need this.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oops. Jane Balcinlo.
Hello, board members. Good to see you again. I'm Jane Balcinlo. I teach at Sequoia Middle School, and I've been teaching for over 30 years. Today's job as a teacher has just gotten harder. There are bigger classes and student behaviors are more challenging than ever since when I started over 30 years ago. We need qualified teachers to support our district. The teachers can't teach without preps or with extra students. You just had a town hall last night where you saw how disruptive and disturbing problems students can be. We need qualified teachers so that our students succeed. How can we get qualified teachers, you might ask? We can pay teachers a competitive salary, pay full benefits of 100%, and support teachers who have students with difficult behaviors. Teachers are leaving our district for other districts that have better pay and better health insurance coverage. Please consider these things as you try to fill what I think are over really 40 vacancies, because you aren't counting the substitute, the long-term subs that are in the classes. You're not even counting those on your ed join. So there's really more than 37 empty spots in your district right now. And there's going to be more next year. So I beg of you, as a teacher who's going to retire in a couple of years, in about 3-4 years, and no one's there to replace me because this job has gotten so hard. And the only way to make it easier is by making smaller class sizes, better pay, better health insurance, and keeping it more competitive so that we get the teachers at our school district instead of having them go to other school districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Ortega.
Good evening. My name is Linda Ortega. I'm the Medea Vice President, and I'm speaking here tonight because I attended the town hall meeting last night at Pine Hollow Middle School. And just like many of you, I was appalled about what I heard and how our students are being treated and bullied and harmed. Our schools are supposed to be a safe place, and the adults are supposed to provide that. Our teachers are trained to share what they see and what they hear, and they give that information to their administrators. We have administrators that would tell our teachers, oh, don't worry about it, I'll take care of it, and then nothing happens. And then the teachers will bring it up again. And then they're told, you are a troublemaker, leave it alone. Or then they'll be called in, you're now reprimanded. I've had to be in those meetings. This could be avoided. We need to listen and do something. Our students need to know that the adults in their life have their back. And our teachers need to know that their administrators have their back and will do what's right for our students. I also want to bring to light something I've shared with some of you already, is I am a Mexican American descent. And I am aware of some of the comments that are made, and it's hurtful. And I also have been receiving phone calls from our own teachers of color of different backgrounds. And they've shared with me, not only are our students getting these racist remarks, but our own teachers. And when they also bring this up, nothing is done. So I want to bring this to light. You, as the leaders of this district, please know that this needs to stop. I don't know what the plan is. I'm relying on you to bring up the plan, but I know this has to stop because our schools need to be that safe place. Thank you.
Thank you. Julia Jameson.
Funny that. Hello, members of the board, Dr. Clark, thank you for your time. My name is Julia Jameson, and I'm here tonight as an English teacher at Mount Diablo High School, where we started the year with 7 vacancies. Actually, we started the year with 6 vacancies, and then we increased to 7 vacancies because some of our classes were so overfilled that we needed to add a position in the English department. I was actually the member who was directly affected by those overages. The other part of this story, we're now down to 3, which sounds great. Well, not great, but it sounds good. But the other part of the story is that only 2 of those 7 vacancies were actually filled by hiring someone. The other 2 that no longer exist were resolved by taking opportunity for classes away from students. We started the year without a computer science teacher, as our computer science teacher had been promoted to be one of our vice principals. We advertised for a computer science teacher and shockingly couldn't find one until about November. And by that time, the decision had been made that it was better for students to be moved into other classes for most of those sections and keep only, I believe, the most advanced class, only the seniors. And of course, our vice principal was actually doing double duty and was functionally teaching that class, doing everything but supervising the students in class in order to ensure that those seniors who had completed 2 years of a 3-year pathway could complete that opportunity. The other classes were disbanded. And once we were able to hire a teacher in November, the classes were reopened second semester, but that means that 4 sections worth of students lost a semester of computer science because there was no teacher. We also lost our French teacher. We started the year with a French vacancy, and it was a 60% vacancy. So we had 1 section of French 2 and 2 sections of French 1. They spent all semester without a teacher. And again, at the semester, the decision was made to collapse the French classes, the French 1 classes, and so students no longer have the opportunity to take French 1 at Mount Diablo High School. And the French 2 class only was able to continue to exist because one of our teachers took a 1.2. So the district has vacancies, and while some of those vacancies are actually being mitigated by hiring, some of those vacancies also are being mitigated on the backs of students and teachers. Students shouldn't lose the opportunity to take a class. And teachers shouldn't have to step up and work overtime in order to solve for hiring problems. Hiring problems should be solved by the people who are responsible for hiring teachers and the people who are responsible for making employment in this district attractive enough to keep the teachers who already work here. That's you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Catherine Wally.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm Catherine Wally, resident of Walnut Creek. I grew up near Diablo View Middle School, attending schools in this district and spending summer afternoons biking with my friends to the Clayton Market on Main Street. My parents chose to raise me here because they thought it was a place that would prepare me for my future. But even as a kid, I could tell that my school, family, and community were ill-equipped to prepare me to make sense of and effectively respond to the injustices I could see around me. One afternoon, I distinctly remember coming home from elementary school distressed about the anti-Blackness I observed in school and in society at large. My mom still recounts my saying how unfair it was that white people were treated better, that our bodies were more highly valued, that opportunities were inequitably afforded people like me, and how these outcomes mapped onto race. My mom, not having the language to help me work through it, responded in ways that she, like many of my teachers, had been taught to think and discuss race, colorblindness. She tried to explain that everyone, regardless of skin color, was equally valuable. But this response was insufficient and did nothing to help me understand my cognitive dissonance. Because if everyone was equal, then why did such disparities exist? Why did anti-Blackness exist? And what could we do to change it? And what could I do about the shame I had at my relief for being born white in a white supremacist society? And if it was true, as the adults around me were saying, that everyone is equal, but there were still inequities and still injustice occurring around me that I could see as a child, didn't it mean that we were blaming people for the harms they experienced, for the anti-Blackness and racism that they experienced? Confused and unsupported, without a framework to make sense of what I observed, I learned to stay silent on issues of race. And silence is complicity. As a white kid growing up here, I was woefully ill-prepared to have healthy and productive conversations about race, to understand my own whiteness, and to learn about the ways in which I could be an active agent for positive change, rather than an agent of white supremacy. In learning about incidents like the ones that have occurred at the middle school, I can't help but think that decades later, we are still falling far short in protecting our children from racist harm and truly investing in the preparation that they need to participate in creating a better future for us all. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Alejandro Hernandez.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Clark. So today, I'm just gonna go straight to the point. I'm here for the same reason that Mrs. Rivera. So after 8 years, we hear the only counselor bilingual from Ignacio Valley High School is gonna get transferred next year to Norgate. So my understanding, Norgate have only 15% of Latin students versus 80% of Latin students at Ignacio Valley High School. So what is the equity? I don't think that's fair. So for 8 years, Mr. Navarrete, he's been always have his office doors open to the students and for the Latin community parents. So I hope you guys can do something better and let's see equity on that school and be fair. Ms. Insaiwi, I'm so happy to see that you are the president. So I don't know you, but I do remember when you was running for be on that side, you called me and we support your campaign. And so we had 3 meetings with you. Last meeting, I recruit more than 100 people to your meeting. I don't know if you remember, I do. So those 100 people, we would like to see your support the way that we support your campaign. Congratulations that you're being the president this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Sulema Moss.
Good evening. Excuse my winter coat here. It's a little breezy out in Bay Point. My name is Sulema Moss. I'm the principal of Riverview Middle School.
And I am Angela Ordaz. I work at Holbrook Language Academy and Bancroft Elementary. And we are here today also as officers of ARRE, our Association of Raza Educators. I am ARRE's president.
And I am the PR person.
And we are here for many reasons. We also attended the town hall last night and we provided a statement of support and solidarity to our Black Educator Association and Dr. Clark, and we'd like to read that today. Us ARRE officers stand in solidarity with our Black and African American educators, students, and families. While we are still in the developing stages of building ARRE, we are fully ready to stand alongside our Black and African American community. We stand with you and against the recent hurtful and hateful acts of racism in some of our school sites. We are here to listen, collaborate, and support in any of the future efforts that were discussed at the town hall last night. Please draw upon us. We are ready and available. We are also here to share with everyone an affirmation to ground us in our collective humanity. It is a piece entitled In la Cache from Pensamiento Serpentino, written by Luis Valdez.
Tú eres mi otro yo.
You are my other me.
Si te amo y respeto,
If I love and respect you,
me amo y respeto yo.
I love and respect myself.
Si te hago daño a ti,
If I do harm to you,
me hago daño a mí mismo.
I do harm to myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Guadalupe Sanchez.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Soy la mamá de un estudiante, Kevin Zavala, y solamente venía a decirles que les pido una segunda oportunidad para él, para que esté en la escuela.
I'm here, I'm the mother of a student, Kevin Savannah, and I'm here to request a second chance for my son so he's able to stay at the school.
Ya es lo que quería decir, darle, pedirles una segunda oportunidad, nada más. Ya sea en la escuela de que vaya a ir o que lo muevan a otra escuela. Pero quisiera una segunda oportunidad para él. Gracias.
And that's what I want to request, a second chance, whether he goes to the same school or to a different school. I'm just asking you for a second chance. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Oh. Charlene Leathers.
Good evening, Dr. Clark, trustees. First of all, I want to begin by identifying who and what I am in regards to being here. First of all, my granddaughter is a high school student. She refers to me as Nana, so I'm Nana. And as you all may not know, in the Black culture, grandparents are referred to in many ways. Big mama, mama, grandma, granny. And so keeping that in mind, realize that African Americans have got such a strong history in this country. Not only have, and I refer to us as being my ancestors, brought into this country and enslaved. And as a result, there has been a lack of respect to the fact that we have built this country and continue to receive such racist activities, actions such as the cotton incident. And by the way, I would love to know what State Superintendent Thurman would have to say about what's taken place within this district. We all know it's nothing new. It's happened many, many, many years, and it will not stop. Something I would like to see happen is those students involved. I understand that there was only one that had in-house suspension. The rest of them and anyone else that freely uses the N word, and staff, whether it be teachers, the principal, vice principal, who becomes aware of what goes on. A simple hand slap should not be given. I have worked for, I think, 3 school districts, and I know that every year there are pink slips that are distributed. My opinion, there should be strong consideration for those principals, teachers who have failed, and other staff, other non-classified staff who have failed to speak up for not only Black students, but other students who have been racially targeted. I remind me of my time, okay? Because I can go on and on and on. In regards to education, our students need to be taught, not only students, but our teachers, our staff members need to be taught that during the Civil War, the South fought so hard in order to keep the slaves in place. Why? One biggie was cotton pickers, okay? And as cotton pickers, these slave owners happened to profit greatly. So when it came time to eliminate slavery, what our government was looking at was the fact that these slave owners were not really paying taxes. They were benefiting from the backs, and I mean, many times it was on the backs of those that have been whipped, those that have been burned, those that have been hung. I think my time is okay. So I can go on and on and on. I'll have more to say later. Thank you.
Alvera.
Hello, board members. Adi Olvera. I hope you can hear me. I'm under the weather, so I need to keep my mask on. I'm a little emotional about the incidents that have been happening. A week ago, you had non-Black students passing out cotton balls for Black History Month. Today, I received notice that a flyer was posted at Mount Diablo High, either online or passed out, I'm not sure, celebrating Black History Month, but it included an invitation to come dressed up as your favorite Black character. For a while now, you've had non-Black students making monkey noises at Black students and teachers, Black teachers. And it makes me really emotional that it's not just white children and teens participating in these anti-Black behaviors. It's also Black. It's also brown children, my people. Mexicans helped Blacks, protected Blacks from US slavery when they were running away. This is not our way. It makes me really emotional that it could be white children, brown children, white passing children participating in making monkey noises at their peers or Black teachers. This is not the way to build community. I'm embarrassed and I acknowledge that my community needs to do better. But we need your help to build community in the schools. I know that I'm going to talk to my kids about this. I do it all the time, but not just once. When my son goes to Monte Gardens, and over a year ago, before the new principal there, he has long, brown, indigenous hair. His hair was cut The school, all they did was talk to the students. Did it get reported to the school district that someone cut his long indigenous hair? We don't know. We have to do more to allow safe environments for students and teachers to report the incidents to you. We need a process for that. You have at Alkalani's a bias incident reporting system that welcomes people, individuals and students or teachers to report incidents anonymously. And they weekly examine these incidents. And their primary function is to keep record, to figure out how to make a solution. So let's do better.
Thank you. Willie Mims.
To the superintendent, president of the board and board members. Some of you I still saw yesterday. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since I've been here. I wanted to know that I've been watching you. I've not forgotten about you or anybody else. So, I was somewhat, when I went to the, the community forum last night, I was somewhat disappointed because the community forum was supposed to be based upon an incident that occurred at Mount Diablo, Diablo View, a racist incident. And so you had people that came there and they hijacked that forum and talked about, and the majority of them talked about everything except for race, as though they're afraid to even bring up the issue of race. And it was racism and the racist incident that happened at that school, and not just that school, but some other schools too throughout this whole district that caused Dr. Clark to call that community forum. And so I was somewhat disappointed because he got someone hijacked. But I don't want to go on that too much now, because I wanted to say something about this is Black History Month. And we have to understand that the history of Black people did not just begin here in this country in 1619. Our history spans back 5,000, sometimes 10,000 years, but it's not being taught in the schools. Our history here in this country is not being taught. It's not being taught about the role that the African-American soldiers played in the Revolutionary War. It's not being taught about the role that the African-American soldiers played in the War of 1812. It's not being told about the true story about why Lincoln issued his Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863. The South was kicking the North's butt every step of the way. The North had not won one major battle. Lincoln's soldiers, generals were begging him to plead. There were Black soldiers being trained to fight in the war, but Lincoln did not want them to fight until his generals can give him one major victory. They gave him a minor victory, and that's all. And that's when Lincoln issued his famous Emancipation Proclamation, which did not, as some of you may not know, which did not free one single Black person at all, period. The only Emancipation Proclamation, and there was 4 of them that happened in this country. And I'll tell you about the third one. It happened on April 16th, 1862. It's called the DC Emancipation Act, or the Black Emancipation Act of DC. DC housed more enslaved African Americans than any place in this country, 3,200 of them. And so the Congress felt embarrassed because the capital of this country was housing the largest concentration of enslaved African people. So they created legislation to free these African American people, and Lincoln signed it, but he had nothing to do with it. He signed it. And that's the only time that Black people were set free in this country with that Emancipation Proclamation. In fact, it's called the Black Emancipation Act, or DC Compensation Emancipation Act of April 16, 1862. That's the only one. Lincoln's was a phony, fake emancipation.
Thank you, Mr. Mims.
Kevin Gray. Sorry. I'm sorry if that there's another letter, so that's why I'm confused.
Grays, Kevin
Grays. There's space. I'm sorry. Kevin Grays. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Grays. I think you guys are familiar with who I am, but others in the boardroom or not, I would just like to share my story. This is my first board meeting and not my last. You will see me again. I'm saddened to hear so much pain coming from my community. Teachers, other parents. This impacts the social and emotional learning that the school district is supposed to help foster for our children, the future of our nation. I don't need to inform you of the Mount Diablo Unified School District's local control and accountability plan. You guys wrote it. I also don't need to inform you of the special education mission statement because you guys wrote it. With that said, you guys know I responded to a prior written notice, denial of services that should have been offered under the Individual with Disability in Education Act and the free and appropriate public education. It's been over a year, or about a year, since I first submitted a request for a complete evaluation, and I've been denied twice. I wasn't prepared tonight, so next time I will be. Thank you.
Thank you. Rochelle Miller. Mr. Rivera? You have about a minute.
I would like to add that during this school year, I was doing research. One of the speech and language pathologists was asserting that my granddaughter had ADD. In doing so, she was laughing. I went to, and she mentioned that, oh, you can, change her diet. So I went to the district's website and my home school's website to look at the nutrition section, just to see what information I could find. In doing so, I clicked on a link that said, healthy living, eat healthy, live healthy. And when I clicked on that link, pornographic material popped up. Your district that you guys should be, or your websites that you guys should be monitoring had pornographic material pop up, which was accessible because it was in the news section. It was accessible to students, anyone that wanted, or anyone that clicked on there in the news section. So with that said, there's a lot of stuff that I am gonna be
If you can
bringing-
wrap up now, that's almost your 3 minutes. You can finish your thought.
Okay, I'm just gonna say there's more to come, and I will elaborate, and you'll hear from me again.
Oh, or wait. Rochelle Miller. Sorry.
I did not come prepared to speak at all, but my husband asked me to say something. My name is Rochelle Miller. I am the mother of a 7-year-old boy and a 5-year-old girl. They currently attend Bancroft Elementary. We are very happy with the school as a whole, but it seems as if some of what we've experienced is a culmination of shortages that are going on, worldwide, including my place of employment. As we know, whenever there's shortages or whenever there's a recession, it's often the most marginalized people that are most affected. I just heard the gentleman talk about his situation with a child with special needs. My son, who has also been deemed as gifted, also requires a little bit of extra energy.
let's just call it that. I don't think he has a formal 405, but he requires a little bit of extra attention. We've witnessed, my husband and I have witnessed on multiple occasions, situations where he was targeted or singled out. As a result, we hired a therapist. We paid for private evaluations. We also paid for a consultant to teach us how to interface with the school district if we were to approach a 405 or IEP for a child who was deemed gifted. We spent probably about $6,000 to $7,000 in these types of evaluations that we were happy to pay for. We also bought a home in Clayton, California, a home where we looked at the school's ratings ahead of purchasing the home. But as soon as we moved in, our one Black neighbor, God bless her, in Dana Hill said, do not send your child to Mount Diablo Elementary. Send them to Bancroft because it is a much more inclusive culture. And so we got William accepted into the two-way dual immersion program, and we are very excited about being there. I'm the room parent, active, contributing to the PFC, anything that you need me to do as a student. I volunteered for the HBC Unite that the school district had. I'm also one of the sponsors for the Contra Costa Science and Engineering Fair. I'm the president of the ERG. I am active in here. And one of the comments that was made last night was that it was the Black, maybe if Black moms or Black parents were more involved, they can mitigate some of these injustices. And that, I'm not even gonna go about I was on FaceTime. I wasn't there in person, but I was on FaceTime, and some of you might have heard me comment under my breath. But the fact is that there needs to be more accountability across the board. Of course, I'm also in leadership in my job. There's no way that we can mitigate individual acts of racism, but we can do all that we can to root out systemic matrices of oppression. And I am happy to serve as a support, as someone that you all can bounce ideas off of. I am the president of our employee resource group at Hinkle Corporation, the Aerospace Cultural Alliance. We are here to be community partners. We often partner with the Bay Area leads and hope to work with the teachers more intimately.
If you can start wrapping up, thank you.
Thank you. That I wasn't going to say anything, and I'm saying a lot. But I am here to be a support. My husband and I made the decision last night based off of the testimony that we heard and based off of interactions that my son had. He went from being a star student to not wanting to go to school this year because of one bad teacher. And we wanted to, so we made the decision last night.
If you can wrap up, I know. And
to pull him from Bancroft and homeschool him. But we are still community partners, and we hope to find some strategic opportunities for us to do better. It's okay. It's okay.
OG Stogatz. I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
Good evening. I'm OG Stogatz. I live in Walnut Creek. I'm here to share my sorrow, shame, and anger at the most recent sickening racist insults to our Black students and teachers. It is my deep hope and intention that we channel the pain of this moment to practice restorative justice, to understand fully the harm that has been committed, to acknowledge thoughtfully and respectfully everyone who has been harmed, how toxic it is to the community, and the healing that's required. I personally look forward to supporting this work in any way I can. Thank you.
Thank you. We will move on to communications, district organizations. At regular board meetings, a single spokesperson of each recognized district organization may make a brief presentation. Items are limited to those that are informational. Anita Johnson.
Good evening. Imagine you are a student in a classroom that does not have a teacher. How does that impact you? Well, that depends. If you're a kindergartner, I think you would think, this is school? Nobody, no one likes this. This is chaos. I don't want to come back. If you're a first grader, you probably won't learn to read. I'm not going to go through all the grades because this is a brief comment. But if you are a third grader, you probably won't learn to multiply. If you are a fifth grader, you probably will not be prepared for middle school. If you are a sixth grader, you will experience an unbelievable level of bullying because no substitute teacher can stop bullying the way a regular teacher can. If you are a ninth grader and you're having trouble with the transition, dropping out is a very real possibility. If you are a 10th grader and you're college bound, but there's no instructor in your, say, science class, will the grade you receive, if you even get a grade, will it reflect anything? Will you be ready for college? And if you are a special education teacher, because some of the current vacancies are in SDC classes, if you are a special education student with no teacher in that classroom, your needs will not be met. Not only will you not likely make progress toward goals, but you will very likely regress in your behavior and your skills. And that would be a sad state of affairs in all of those situations. So please do not risk our students' educational experiences. Please don't just cross your fingers and hope this won't happen again next year. Because schools in this state next year will be divided into the haves and the have-nots more than ever before. Because some districts will be proactive and competitive, and they'll have teachers, and the rest will be impacted by the teacher shortage. Which side of the divide will our schools be on? It's up to you. Please take action now. Recruiting for next year is happening now. There is a job fair on Saturday. Please take action now to protect our students. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to recognitions and resolutions. Item 10.1, review and potential approval of Board Resolution 2223-39 to authorize local assignment options. Education Code 44263.
Yep, and we have Dr. Rubio, Chief Human Resources Officer. He's going to take item 10.1 and 10.2.
Good evening, board members. Good evening, Superintendent. I have before you a request for 2 of our employees where the employees holding with consent with 18 lower division units or 9 upper division units may be authorized to teach with their consent in any single subject or multiple subject area.
I make a motion that we approve resolution 22/23-39, local assignment option EC 442563.
Second.
Trustee Nava Flores.
Yes.
That passes 5-0 with concurrence from Trustee Nava Flores. 10.2.
Great, thank you. Similarly, we have 2 more of our employees who have a multiple subject credential and with their consent may teach any class below grade 9 where they have completed 12 semester units or 6 upper division or graduate units of coursework for your review and request for approval.
Madam President, I move to approve resolution 22/23-40, local assignment option EC 44256B.
Second. Trustee Nava Flores.
Yes.
Passes 5-0 with concurrence from Trustee Nava Flores.
Thank you.
10.3, review and potential approval of resolution 23-41 in recognition of Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll take this item. And this is resolution 22/23-41. And I'll just read very quickly. Whereas prescription drugs are strong medications which require a prescription from a doctor or dentist, such as Vicodin, Zyrtec, Advil, Prozac, and Ritalin. And whereas every medication has some risk for harmful effects, doctors and dentists consider the potential benefits and risks to each patient before prescribing medications and take into account a lot of different factors described below. When prescription drugs are misused, they can be just as dangerous as drugs that are made illegally. And so within the resolution, there are some numbers. So when we printed this resolution, the number of overdoses, whereas there were 14,777,000, that number has since risen to more than 1 million more. And whereas there have been 21,016 emergency department visits, that number has risen from 16,000 up to 21,000. And whereas there have been 5,502 deaths from opioid overdose just in the last year, that number rose to 7,000 deaths. And whereas there's been fentanyl overdoses of 3,900, that number has risen to 5,900. And whereas there were 198 sites in California participated in the DEA's annual National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, that number rose from 198 to 5,144. So with that said, therefore be it resolved that the Mount Diablo Unified School District does hereby declare March 2023 as Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month and encourages all community members to participate in prescription drug abuse related prevention programs and activities. Be it also resolved that the Mount Diablo Unified School District board members encourage all community members to pledge, spread the word, one pill can kill. This item is now in the hands of the board.
Thank you. Any comments?
I just want to say I appreciate this being something that we're highlighting. It is something that many of our families are faced with, and many of our students as well. It's a big challenge in our country right now, and I appreciate the recognition of the Drug Take Back Day. But I think also it's important for people to know that that's available year round. I think most of our cities have it at City Hall. Many of our drugstores do as well. So it's really easy to make sure that you properly dispose of all medications and never flush them down the toilet and get it into our water systems. So with that, I will move to approve Resolution 22/23/41 in recognition of Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month.
Second. Trustee Nava Flores.
Yes.
That passes 5-0 with concurrence from our student trustee.
Great. I have the next item, Madam President. This is Resolution 22/23-42 in support of National School Breakfast Week, which is March 6th through the 23rd. I do not see Dominic Machi in the audience, so I will go ahead and take this item. Whereas the National School Breakfast Program has served our nation admirably for 48 years through advanced practices and nutrition education. And whereas the National School Breakfast Program is dedicated to the health and well-being of our nation's children. And now therefore be it resolved that the Mount Diablo Unified School District Board of Education, that it celebrates the National School Breakfast Week from March 6th through the 10th, 2023. And we do offer, if you would like to come by any one of our sites and try out the breakfast, I think we can work something out for you.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move to approve Resolution 2/23-42 in support of National School Breakfast Week.
Second.
I just want to add that breakfast is really important. We know this, and we know that schools understand this because before we had universal meals, schools would feed kids breakfast on testing days. So we know it matters. And I always encourage, I'm very passionate about this topic about food and hunger, is that breakfast should be offered after the bell, and or if it's offered before the bell, there should be a second chance breakfast so that no child has to wait until lunchtime in order to eat. And especially because I know some of our schools start well before 8 o'clock now, breakfast before the bell can be nearly impossible for even the most efficient parent. Trustee Nava Flores.
Yes.
That passes 5-0 with concurrence from Trustee Nava Flores.
Great. I'll take the next item, Madam President. That would be Resolution 22/23-43 in recognition of March as Women's History Month. Whereas American women of every culture, class, and ethnic background have participated in the founding and building of our nation, made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our nation, and played a critical role in shaping the economic, cultural, and social fabric of our society. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mount Diablo Unified School District proclaims the month of March as Women's History Month and encourages all schools to commemorate this occasion with appropriate instructional materials. And be it further resolved that this resolution be distributed to all schools within the district. This item is now in the hands of the board.
So I just want to add, say something about this. As an all women board, although I do identify as non-binary, I am a woman, but you'll know. But that being said, growing up as a woman, as a girl, I faced many gender stereotypes and gender gaps throughout education, but also throughout our systems. So I'm just proud to also say and recognize that all of us here are challenging and breaking those gender stereotypes. And I also want to encourage everyone listening and everyone in our nation to continue to support and encourage feminism, but also women of color feminism. And with that, what I have to say, yeah. Oh, yeah, I'd like to make the motion. So Madam President, I move to approve the review and potential approval of resolutions 22/23, 43 in recognition of Women's History Month.
Second. Trustee Nava Flores.
Yes.
That passes 5-0 with concurrence from our student trustee. Public employee appointment 11.1.
Yes, and we're going to have Dr. Scudero take this next item, 11.1.
The Human Resources Department is bringing for the board's review and potential approval the appointment of Ivana Wheeler as a principal at Bel Air Elementary. Currently, Ivana is working as a program specialist at Riverview Middle School. Prior to rejoining MDUSD, Ivana completed 3 years as an elementary principal in Vallejo. Ivana has worked as the vice principal at Bel Air and has 20 years of experience serving the Bay Point community in MDUSD. Ivana holds a bachelor's degree in liberal studies and a master's degree in educational leadership. With that, I leave this appointment in the hands of the board.
Madam Chair, it would be my honor to move that we approve the placement of Ivana Wheeler as the new principal at Bel Air Elementary School. And as I'm sure my peers are sick of hearing, we got to work together for many years in the after-school program, and we have stood side by side to fight for the rights of the kids in Bay Point. So it is my honor to nominate you for this position.
Second. Trustee Nava Flores.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Right.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Clark. Good evening to the Bel Air staff and community. I am Ivana Wheeler, and I am thankful for this opportunity to take the baton confidently from Robert Humphrey and to continue to move the students at Bel Air forward. There is this saying that has been in the Bel Air community for many years, once a bear, always a bear. So I am grateful for the opportunity to return to Bel Air and to serve Bay Point in a different capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, 12.0 reports.
Yeah, so this next report is we are just absolutely thrilled to be working with CCEE. And I'm gonna let them introduce the team and whatnot, but I just want to say a few words before we start. Is the reason why they are here is because for a long time we have had several student groups in this district that have not been successful. And I know in public education, there's often a bad habit of passing blame or making excuses. And I know that we've heard a lot over the last few years about the effects of the pandemic, and where the pandemic has been extremely taxing on every last person within our community and within our district. The low performance of our student groups have been present for some time. And so specifically African-American students, foster students, and homeless youth. And most recently, as it's been uncovered, our emerging bilingual, and of course, for a very long time, our students with disabilities. And so when I entered the district, we had already started working with CCEE for technical support. However, when I came, I did not blame, I did not point fingers. I took full responsibility and put it on my shoulders that this was going to be the work that I support and lead. And so I support the efforts of the California Collaborative of Educational Excellence. They are a team of absolute professionals. They are all either at one time have been practitioners, teachers, administrators, superintendents, working for the State Office of Education. And so they have come and helped us with professional development, with looking at our systems and looking at the things that we do instructionally to really inform our practices and find better ways that we can support our students. So I am 100% behind the efforts of CCEE, and I hope that all of our partners, educational partners, join me in this journey, as the one way that we can ensure equity for all of our students is to make sure that each and every student is getting the highest quality first-time instruction in the classroom. So without any further ado, I want to turn it over to the CCE staff and they will introduce themselves, but Dr. Gregson will start this off. Thank you.
Good evening, President Nazawi, members of the board, Superintendent Clark. My name is Dr. Stephanie Gregson, and I'm the Deputy Executive Director at the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, also known as CCEE. I'm happy to be here tonight to share with you the journey the CCEE Contra Costa County Office of Education and the Mount Diablo Unified School District has been on over the past several years. I'm here with my colleagues, Hannah Ma from Contra Costa County, Dr. Roberts, and Dr. Wright and Craig Wheaton from our team at CCEE. Tonight, I'd like to share with you a little bit of the purpose of our partnership and why it is important. As an educator with over 25 years of experience, starting as a classroom teacher, and most recently, the former Chief Deputy Superintendent of Public Instruction for the state of California, I've seen a lot of great things districts and counties do in supporting students and families, and I've also seen some missed opportunities. The main theme of the districts most successful in their response to supporting students and families is they worked as a true team. Dr. Atul Gawande talks about being pit crews instead of cowboys. Let me explain what I mean. A pit crew only has seconds to put tires on, check fluids, check on the driver, and whatever else it takes to make sure the driver and car get back on the track as fast as possible. They are a system working together as a whole. They aren't just individuals with great skills. They are a team understanding how they all come together to take care of the driver and car to continue the race. The best care and education system we can provide our students is the one absent of blame and looks and feels most like a system where the pieces come together as a whole. When the pieces start to come together, there are 3 behaviors that are very apparent. 1, the group has the ability to recognize success, but most importantly, recognize their failures. They are interested in data that exposes their failures so they can learn and improve as a system. 2, the group uses tools to help make them better and remind them of key things that can be forgotten. They are prepared for the unexpected. And 3, the ability to implement. Engaging in these behaviors together forces the team to behave with a different set of values: humility, discipline, and teamwork. This isn't easy, and there can be deep resistance, but educating our future is complex, and complexity requires group success. With Dr. Clark's leadership, our partnership is focused on supporting the Mount Diablo District team in becoming a pit crew to help students thrive. So tonight, we're going to share with you the journey of where Mount Diablo Unified has been, the current state through data, areas of focus that will help support the district further in becoming a pit crew, and next steps with recommendations. Let's begin with where Mount Diablo Unified has been as it relates to our partnership and work with the county office. In 2017, Mount Diablo Unified became eligible for differentiated assistance. In 2019, the Contra Costa County Office of Education referred Mount Diablo Unified to the CCE for more intensive support in the form of a systemic instructional review, focusing on the following student groups: African American, students with disabilities, foster youth, and students experiencing homelessness. The systemic instructional review began in 2019, but was paused in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The systemic instructional review resumed and was completed in 2021. Since the completion of the systemic instructional review, the Mount Diablo Unified team with CCE and the Contra Costa County Office of Education have been engaged in systems improvement work. With Dr. Clark's leadership, the Mount Diablo Unified's goals have been aligned and deep systems change is happening. There has been a support team behind the Mount Diablo Unified team in the form of the California Statewide System of Support. The California Statewide System of Support is a support system built for districts in need of assistance. The Contra Costa County Office of Education and the CCE has been wrapping supports around the Mount Diablo team over the past few years. You'll hear more about these specific supports after we explore the current state of student outcomes. I'd now like to turn this over to Dr. Jenny Wright, the Senior Manager at CCE, working with Dr. Clark and his team.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Clark. I'm going to review a snapshot of the most recent California dashboard. So starting with the English language arts data, this graph shows the percentage of students that have met or exceeded standard in the last school year. What you see is the overall performance of the district, African American students, students with disabilities, foster youth, and homeless youth. On this next slide, this is, again, English language arts data. This is the distance from standard. Again, same student groups will be on every slide. In math, the percent met or exceeded overall at 35%. You will see that foster youth on this particular slide is blank as there were not enough students to report without giving away individual information. This is the distance from standard in the area of math. Here is the chronic absentee rates. Again, starting on the left with overall students across the district and each of the student groups that I named earlier. Just for reference, the state average in chronic absentee is about 30%. Here you will see suspension rates across overall and within each student group. Again, for reference, the state average is around 3%. And lastly is the graduation rates across Mount Diablo Unified overall and each of the student groups. And again, for reference, the state average is around 87.5%. At this time, I will hand it over to Hannah Ma from Contra Costa County Office of Education to review the work that has been happening around differentiated assistance.
Good evening. My name is Hannah Ma. I'm the district director of district and school support. Thank you for having me here. And I just want to share with you the work that we have been doing this school year so far. So we're talking 2022-23 school year. So first bullet right there is differentiated assistance and comprehensive support and improvement network of the local education agencies within our county. So there are a number of districts that meet together as district leadership teams, and Mount Diablo is one of the districts that are part of this network. And so the two highlights from that network that meets regularly is a learning by doing sessions together and the ability to share practices. So I'll just give you a little bit of a summary of what we have been doing so far. So we've done some data dive, specifically in chronic absenteeism. As you saw, the chronic absenteeism rates were a bit higher for some of our student groups, where statewide we're at 30%. And by the way, just in case people are not sure what chronic absenteeism means, it is when students are absent for 10% or more of the school year. So out of 180 days, that would be 18 school days. So we did a deep data dive. We asked teams to identify the problem by looking at the data. And then we went through a process map of learning about where the attendance procedures are. So we learned about how to go ahead and draw it out and then pinpoint some of the areas where there could be some need for further investigation or some issues that are related to the procedures. Then we dove into root cause analysis. What are some of these problems from? A result of what? Could it be communication? Could it be in addition to illness, what are some of the other reasons where students are absent with excused, and also some that are not excused? And sometimes there's just no reason, and it's just defaults to unexcused. Then we spent some time on identifying the vision around student attendance, and then writing out a specific aim to meet that vision. And so part of that was identifying what specifically are we trying to accomplish, what changes might we introduce and why, and then how do we know that a change is an improvement. So we are actually working on that currently. And then we're going to go through the improvement cycle, also called Plan, Do, Study, Act. You might have heard of PDSA cycles. So this is the learning by doing work that we have been engaging in. And as you can see, the second bullet here, individual check-ins between sessions. So we meet individually via virtual meetings with each of the teams. And then the last bullet there, LCAP training. So we have been, we just completed our full day of LCAP training with, again, teams from the districts within our county. And we were very cognizant of how we need to align the work that we are doing with the LCAP plan for the next school year as well. And I'd like to just add one more thing that's not on this slide, which is for our comprehensive support and improvement schools. So we are currently partnering with Turnaround for Children, which is a nonprofit agency, and we're doing a whole child improvement network learning series. It's a 5-part series, and we're just really excited to have Olympic High School site team as partners in this learning. So that has been a really great opportunity as well for this improvement work. Thank you.
Can we ask questions along the way here? Oh, you want to ask questions at the end, or that's what I was?
We're almost done.
Sure. Okay.
We're almost done. Would that be okay? Okay, great. Go to the next one. So good evening, everyone. These are CCE supports. And so just like Dr. Gregson presented at the beginning, coaching the pit crew, ensuring that we have frequency of contact with the district leadership team, also with faculty, teachers, and the ones that are actually out and doing the work in the field. And so a lot of our work is just about assisting the district in keeping a focus on improvement, keeping a focus on the priorities. We hear a lot of that in the room tonight. You know, what are the competing priorities that the district is pursuing, and how do we ensure that the path is clear so that results can be made from that. The second bullet is more specific. It's support for specific implementation around mathematics, strategies, standards-based approaches in the classroom. That work's been going on for a little over the year, and so they're starting to get some really good results. We've sat in on professional development sessions with teachers. The questions that are coming out are the right questions that need to be fielded from your faculty, and so that the turns can be made in learning and instruction with their help, because they're very, very important for this process. The second is really just spending a lot of time with your district leadership team, as Dr. Wright mentioned, going through data protocols, assisting with that, assisting with just coherence mapping. You know, what does it look like to have a system that actually, you know, cooperates and works together? So I can tell you the consistency that we've seen with the district since we've been engaging over the past 2 years has been very much appreciated, and bodes to really having successes for students as we move forward and as you go forward in your district endeavors. The last one I would say is more monetary. CCE also supported what's called I don't want to get the name right, Administrator for District and School Continuous Improvement position. This is a position that was funded through us in the county office to just add an extra body to assist the district to make sure that the focus is there. It's kind of like us in our normal lives. We have how many priorities in a single day. It's how do you sort of keep that singleness of purpose so that where you can achieve the goals that you're after. And it's really sort of a simple process that way. Again, 3 areas of focus. We like to sort of encapsulate it in this visual, but the first one is to really serve what we call focal groups. Those are those 4 or 5 student groups that were mentioned. Significant, you know, paying attention to those students. The students aren't on every campus. So how do we sort of come up with a plan that's going to address the needs of those students in a way that's urgent, that really takes care of the learning process now. The second one is the implementation of mathematics practices. Some really good grounding is taking place in the classrooms on that one. So we're looking forward to the continuation of that and the deepening of that work, especially towards outcomes around math. So one of the things we want to see are the outcomes, and especially from assessments in mathematics, you know, continue to go up. So we'll be looking for that. The last one is what we heard a lot about tonight, is just being in service for schools. You know, as a district leadership team, being of service to schools and students to develop and retain principals specifically. And I know that this is a specific goal for the district this year, looking at attrition rates over the summer, especially with site leaders and such. Making sure that those site leaders are instructional leaders as well, able to work with their faculty in a way that is common to really moving students forward, if that makes sense. So these are good ones to encapsulate. Again, 2 to 3 goals. And then lastly, these are recommendations and next steps. We want to continue to deepen and coach the focus on improvement. And there are specific ways that we try to create that discourse within your district to get folks working together, to find solutions among us in the problems that we're trying to tackle. To be very clear on the problems that we're trying to tackle as well is always very helpful. The second one, and this is a big one too, continue to align beliefs and practices, especially around student equity. It's a big part of your work here. And we know that it's a focus of the work going forward. And so we want to encourage that work definitely continues. The third one, supportive benchmark student data. So what you saw tonight was the summative data, right? Once a year. Benchmark data gives you a more sort of frequent look at how students are doing. So the district is really stepped up to ensure that those data are available, They're having conversations with the right people to ensure that decisions are being made from the data. And so it takes a while. It takes a while to get those practices sort of in place, but we're really pushing it because as Ms. Ma pointed out, as part of a PDSA cycle or a Plan, Do, Study, Act cycle, data is really a big part of it. It's like, what is it saying? And then what do I make a decision from there? The next one is about improving outcomes for all students. Again, but especially your focal students. Hopefully that word's okay. And then lastly, continue to support and encourage the development of your instructional leaders and your faculty as they take on the work to really move your students forward. And I think that's it. I want to thank you. Thank
Yeah,
Dr.
and I
Clark
just,
as well. Yep.
I just wanted to just make a comment before we open it up to questions is that, you know, again, this came from, you know, from the state and from the county. And I know that, you know, we have heard pushback on the math work that we're doing, on the work that we're doing with our focal scholars. And even at the superintendent level, sometimes there is pushback in this work. However, when you embrace it and you sit down as a team to find ways, because it's for the betterment of our students, right? And so I just want to thank the CCE staff because, you know, we're meeting with them every week almost, or every other week. And it just really keeps us focused on what's important because there's so many other distractions that come up in this work, but making sure that we can disrupt that mathematic data that we saw that those students are not performing by, making sure that that's how we're showing equity. We're going to talk about racism in the next couple items, but this is that human right that every one of our students come to school for is to get that education. And I just have a hard time why we aren't more enthusiastic about this as an organization of really getting behind this. So I just want to just again thank CCE for keeping us focused and keeping us grounded and keeping us focused on the right thing, which is that academic achievement for our students. Now I'll open it up to questions.
Thanks, Dr. Clark.
Well, actually, so I had a question for Miss Ma, but I also have, so either way, however you want to do this. So it was good to hear about the network of the CSI school districts. And you talked about exploring the root causes of chronic absenteeism. And so I was just curious what some of the root causes were that came up in that conversation.
So there were 7 school districts, and each of the 7 districts come and have explored the various causes. So some of the root causes that were uncovered were in the process. Sometimes some of the barriers were there wasn't the ability to check back on all of the students for the reason for absence. So when that's the case, then the student is unexcused. So it's a little bit harder to figure out why the student was absent. Other root causes were students were not feeling emotionally safe. Part of it is related to the physical illness, and when other students are sick, or this, you know, since COVID, it's become very, very intertwined. When students are, you know, coming to school, some of them may not feel safe to come to school because they are a little anxious about getting sick. That's part of it, but also it's social emotional wellness itself. That's been a real struggle. Other root causes were also that the parents were not able to bring students to school on time. There are not, I can't identify these were all the reasons for, you know, Mount Diablo, but just the reasons that have come up. There are incidences in another school district where actually the tardy policies were working against student attendance. where the tardy policies themselves were kind of a motivation for students to just rather be sick and stay home rather than be punished for having too many tardies. So those are some of the root causes that were uncovered. Some were surprising and some were not. Others were also that some of the parents were not quite aware of how important it is for all, their children to get to school, and were surprised by how intricately linked that was. So that was those are some of the root causes.
Thank you.
I have a question. Okay, go.
I was just going to thank you for coming. I think it's imperative. Thank you, Dr. Clark's leadership, to bring this periodically to us so it keeps it in the forefront of our mind. Like you said, if we don't keep our eye on the ball, other things time to step up. So I really appreciate all of you taking the time to come here tonight and present to us.
Thank you. Same. I really appreciate the transparency that we've shown through this process for the last, I've been a part of it since 2021. And yeah, I really appreciate, I have a data question and I think it's easy and quick. There's African-American students who are homeless, students who are in foster care, students who have disabilities. Are those unduplicated?
If you go back to my CDE days and the
Like,
California
can there be a
dashboard,
Black student who is also a student with disability or who is also?
yes, they're not unduplicated.
Okay.
Yes, so that you could have students with disabilities, African American and English learner within that category, in that subgroup.
Right. Okay. Thank you. That I had that question and I was going to interrupt you, but then Dr. Clark would be like, they're not done. My next is not this. I don't know if this is a question or just a thought or a comment. We know, Dr. Clark, do you happen to know, was there ever a time in Mount Diablo where Black students weren't achieving at the level, I hate that word achieving, weren't achieving by the measures that we have at the level of the overall? Do you know?
I don't know, but I know from my research, there has not been a time in my lifetime when that has been the case in the Bay Area.
I just didn't want to make assumptions.
I'm older than he is and went to school here, and I would say no.
So I guess my wondering and my fear, even though we're doing all of this and our district, our leadership is all in, is what's going to be different this time. How are we going to lift these students? What's going to change? Because it's clearly not if it's never happened, you're a little old. If it's never happened in your lifetime, only a little older than me. If it's never happened in your lifetime, I wish Mr. Mims was here because he is. Oh, I can't see. I'm certain that Mr. Mims will say it's never happened in since he became an educator. What's different this time? Because we know it's not because Black children can't learn. It's the way our systems and institutions are designed to not really teach them appropriately. So what's different this time? I don't expect it.
Well, if I can just
Mhm.
respond, that's a question you have to ask yourselves. We can facilitate that conversation. We can facilitate the reflection, but really you have control over how you answer that question. And to make sure that it's a constant in the conversation. How are you serving Black and African American students? How does this impact Black and African American students? How does this impact your English learners, your students with disabilities? You have to constantly ask those questions to ensure that there aren't any barriers or challenges in the systems that's been created in Mount Diablo that have the consequences that are impeding student outcomes for Black and African American students, for students with disabilities, English learners.
And so related to that, I think in the 3 areas of focus, CCE talked about how one area is to serve focal student groups to urgently meet their needs. And I know we've been really trying to work hard to make sure that we are hearing directly from those students and their families about what it is that they see. And so I would be curious to hear from you, what are some of those needs that have been identified that that are urgent that we have been able to begin to meet? What are you seeing?
Well, first of all, I think it was very apparent in the report that although we had pockets of excellence throughout the district, it wasn't systemic in every single classroom. And so I think that is, that's part of what I spoke about earlier, is making sure that every student, regardless of who they are and what student group they belong to, that they are going to receive high quality first time instruction. That's at the base of it. Secondly, there has to be that relationship piece, which really comes into the equity work that we've been doing with our administrators. There needs to be that. Like, we need to look at this. We need to look at this challenge and embrace the challenge of getting to know our families and getting to know our students and getting to know the gifts that each student brings as they come into our classrooms. And historically, that has not happened. And so we want to work with different leaders throughout the school district to make sure that those events are taking place and that we all are embracing it. And it's not a perfect science, but we have to start somewhere. And lastly, then I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Roberts, is I am committed to that. And that is what I speak about. That is how I lead. That is how I expect my principals to lead in that way. But it's a learning process. And so therefore, when it's a learning process, we have to continue to grow and continue to work towards those goals. So.
Yeah, Dr. Clark's exactly right. And when we ask the question, what's the problem? What's the need? What area is the data showing that we need to pay attention? And then, like you said, there's certain systems that we've just been doing the same thing for a long, long time. And so you ask the question as part of an improvement process to say, is that working? What's not working? What's working well? And then what can we shift to? And that's the beginnings of sort of saying, where's the gap in what we're doing? Another part of it too is to go out and do empathy interviews, is to really poll the people that you're serving. To be of service to the district means you really understand and listen beyond the boardroom in terms of what your constituency is saying and what students are saying. So really trying to triangulate and trying to you sort of corroborate or collaborate those data sets, and then beginning to set goals that you identify who can do what in the district, because you have everything you need. You've got resources, you have everything you need. It's about challenging people to step into the role, to ask the difficult questions, and to make a change, to step into it, and to also work together as a team. Too often school districts silo. There's different operations that dictate different discourses or different conversations. Breaking through those barriers, having courage as a leadership team, and stability in your leadership is extremely important, and it shows. It shows that there's more stability in terms of being able to ask the difficult questions, to say, what do we need to do differently? And so I think, to address your question, it's taking your teams through those thought processes to say, what can we do? And then really memorializing it, documenting it, putting it into a process where it's checked within like a 6-week period of time or something, a very short window, where you say, did you do it? Did you not do it? Did it work? Did it not work? What happened? And really just stay on it. So it takes a consistency. And so where you could be of assistance as a board is to continue to raise the transparency. Love the word. Thank you for bringing that up. To continue to raise the transparency of what needs to happen and continue to tell your public what you're doing. So those are really areas that you can do to knock it out of the park. So it's nice to see you this evening as well. Any other questions for us? Well, you know where to get a hold of us, and certainly Dr. Clark can get a hold of us too.
I feel like this is the first time we've heard from you since the report came out.
We had them next door over at
Right.
Monty Gardens.
So at least a year ago.
About a year.
So-
However, we have bi-weekly meetings with them. We get updates all the time. I know I've shared some of those. throughout the time. But I really felt it was important that we saw them face to face, and they could also sing the praises, because we have been working extremely hard at this. I gotta also recognize, the team, Jen Sachs and her team, the whole cabinet. We meet regularly, and whether it's special ed, everyone's at the table, and again, we put on professional developments. We're training our principals to go out and work with their teams. So just today I was at Bancroft, and they were talking about learning acceleration. This is the contract we did with TNTP originated with the work with CCEE. They started it, we piloted it, and then as a district we took it over. So again, we're continually working with the county, working with CCE on this. And so again, I can update you all regularly.
Yeah, I was just gonna offer that
yeah.
perhaps we could see you every semester, and perhaps.
Well, he's in Los Angeles. I just want to
Oh,
know.
well,
Sacramento.
Jenny's in Los Angeles, but
right.
yeah, the rest of us.
Ma is, well, she's somewhere in Contra
Yeah,
Costa,
yeah,
at least your offices.
Yeah.
And then Dr. Clark, perhaps quarterly, we can get because I know you do monthly reports, you can consolidate it to quarterly for us. I think that would be great.
I committed at every meeting. We
Yeah.
have an academic talk, and this is the academic talk. that
Thank
I'm
you.
requesting for this meeting.
Thank you.
Doesn't get any
Thank
more
you.
academic than this.
No,
Ju-
we really
Just to add on to what you just said, I know Ms. Ma talked about turnaround for children, the whole child, and that the Olympic site team is a part of that. Would love to hear more about what that is and how it's going as it moves forward.
Yes, thank you. We will work on that.
Last thing I'll share is for a district this size to have the superintendent in our meetings as consistently as the superintendent has been is really moved your work forward even more. And so we look forward to the continued conversation, and anytime you need us, we'll be here. Thank you. Have a good evening.
I'll put a speaker card in.
I'm sorry. Oh, I will do that. On this item, 12.1, is that a 2? Michael, are you here for CCE or technology? Okay, hold on. I couldn't read the number. Willie Mims.
First of all, I think that I appreciate Dr. Clark and his commitment. I heard the team mention consistency, but it has to be a commitment along with consistency. And I think that Dr. Clark has shown that he's committed to this process, and I hope that it's successful. One of the concerns that I've had, it's been over the years, everybody is using the term data-driven. But when I look at LCAP plans, school site plans, and I see, then I go to the California Data Quest website and see suspensions, low test scores, and don't see. So if you are truly data-driven, then your LCAP plan will reflect the data that's being provided. And so if it does not reflect the data, that's just catchwords that they use all over the place. So I hope that, that you are truly this time being data-driven and not just saying words that sound good. And everybody uses, we are data-driven, but your results, not just here, but everywhere I've gone, have not shown that you're truly data-driven. So I hope that this process that Dr. Clark and the team is going through right now is truly data-driven. But I'll be looking at your data and seeing if it's truly that way. But President Zawe, in terms of the question that you asked about Mount Diablo Unified School District, I tell people, flip a coin. Wherever there's a concentration of African-American students, you're going to find the same problem. Lowest test scores, highest suspension rate. But their LCAP plans don't even hardly address that problem. So that's my concern. one of the questions I want to ask the team is that LCAP training. So what kind of training are these members of the LCAP training going through? And so could somebody ask me that question? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want that tonight or did you want it in writing? That would be either oh, go ahead. Yeah. LCAP training. What type of LCAP training have we gone through as a district to address some of these deficiencies?
You know that the county office is the overseer of the LCAP and works very closely with the district. So I'll let Hannah talk about that. What I can tell you is that your LCAP's been aligned with the SIR recommendations, or the recommendations that came out of this strategic systemic instructional review. Sorry, too many acronyms. So we know that that's happened, and that happened right away. Does it need to be refined? Yeah, it'll go through refinement over time, because what you have to do is say, is the system pushing in the right spot to ensure that the students move? And if the question to that is no, then you got to move it around, and that's an LCAP revision as well. The metrics become, or the data outcomes become more realistic in the LCAP when we do other types of data conversations, so that it informs a more realistic sort of outcome within the LCAP, because sometimes they're rubber numbers, for lack of better words. So those are areas that we continue. Your LCAP's your driver, as you know, so along with your budget. So ensuring that there's alignment of those resources. The thing I'll say too is in improvement science, it's a lever of change, to do alignment of resources, to ensure that your resources are aligned, to ensure that your infrastructure is built up, those types of things. So probably answered too much, but you get the idea. And Hannah?
Okay, just to answer the question about what the LCAP training is like from the county office, we have 18 school districts plus our plus the charter schools that we oversee. So we gathered together a full day. That was one day of every component of the LCAP, because we have a mix of veteran writers as well as new writers, people that need introduction to all of the components of the LCAP. So we go through all of the components and show everybody what is required, and also give some exemplars as well as tips for success. So that's kind of the layout of the day. We also have a breakout time where we do our sessions in smaller groups, sometimes one-on-one, according to their needs. Mount Diablo is one of the districts that has a requirement of specific goals for persistently low performing students. So we do have that time to talk about what that entails. What are the requirements, and also how the goals and actions must be different from what has been done before. So that's part of what we train on. And since that training, we also do monthly check-ins, individual check-ins. We just started in February, so we're going to be doing one each month. So just wanted to answer that.
Rachel Levy or Levi? Levy, sorry. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I wasn't planning to speak on this item, but I feel an obligation to. I did go to a lot of the meetings about this issue, about African-American students being over-identified. I just want to share some of my experiences as a dyslexia advocate, as a person with dyslexia, and as a parent of a dyslexic child. I'm also a regional leader for Decoding Dyslexia, and so I have worked with a lot of families that have been touched by dyslexia. And I just was listening to the presentation, and a few things stood out to me. What's working, what's not working, and what works better. That's really important in general education. A lot of time we think of learning disabilities as only a special education issue. It's not. Our kids are general ed kids. And we need to have, like Dr. Clark said, best first instruction. It's so important for these kids. Unfortunately, I've met a lot of African-American kids who have not been identified with learning disability, especially dyslexia. So when you have the diagnosis or the qualification as dyslexia, it's actually a privilege. Because when you are qualified as having dyslexia, you do get the best type of instruction. You get structured literacy. You don't get that in general ed most of the time. So most of these kids that have disabilities, like dyslexia or other language-based disabilities, especially our African-American students, are not getting that intervention. If you look at our schools that are serving our students with dyslexia, they're mostly white affluent families. And that's because to be qualified with dyslexia, you need an advocate. You need a parent who can advocate for you, or you hire an attorney, or you hire an attorney, an advocate, or a parent. A lot of times when we do that, our kids get instruction. My son was so far behind. He's one of those kids up there, a kid with a disability. And if I didn't get him the instruction that he needed, the structured literacy, he would still be very, very low. The only reason he's at grade level is because I advocated for him. And I fought for him to get structured literacy. Now, we shouldn't have to qualify kids as dyslexic for them to get that. That should be given to all kids. All kids deserve that. And I just wanted to come up here and share my experience because I feel that it's a huge equity issue. I mean, it's not just our district, it's statewide. When we start screening all students, it will change. I think all students at that time will be offered evidence-based remediation. I think that's going to be what changes. But I also was just wondering, did you guys look at students with learning disabilities, the haves and the have-nots of structured literacy and intervention? Because that's something that should really be looked at. So thanks so much for the time.
Thank you. Twelve point two, update on MDOSC strategic technology plan.
That's going to be Robert Sidford.
Good evening, trustees and Dr. Clark and President Nzewi. It's my pleasure to present to you the annual or biannual, I guess, update on our strategic technology plan. Am I okay to continue or yeah? So I always begin with our technology plan imperatives. And just to list those briefly, those are to empower teachers in providing meaningful instruction through technology, provide students with meaningful access and opportunities through technology, and then also to ensure that the district can maintain the necessary technologies and support systems to make sure that every student graduates ready to thrive in a technology-rich world. So I wanted to start with a number of things here, and I will be brief. I know we've got a packed agenda. So I wanted to start with some accomplishments and then talk about some challenges and the next steps for this year related to technology. And I would like to ask you to focus on a handful of themes that I think are evident in our work as a district and as an IT department this year, and those themes are really better and more equitable service to our schools. Thank you. Is that a little better? Thank you. Try to raise that up a little. So better, more equitable service to our schools, standardization and distribution of equipment, which is an important component of an enterprise organization, and again, that enterprise approach to information technology services. Looking at some accomplishments in 2022 and 23, Firstly, and I will be brief with these. I promise. You're well aware of some of these initiatives, and so I'll focus on some of the newer things that have been happening. But our district-wide one-to-one program is well underway. It is implemented, and additionally, by the end of this year, we will have rolled out laptops, Windows laptops, to all of our staff as an initiative to make sure that all of our staff members, all of our teachers have up-to-date, reliable equipment for teaching and learning. We are also, and you'll hear more about this in a later item tonight, we are working on or we have drafted a district education specification, which will be presented this evening. We also have improved our zone system of providing technology support. So where our schools used to have a set amount of time for technicians on site, now we follow the need. So certain schools from an equity standpoint have certain needs based on the technologies they have deployed more than others, and so we've got a more equitable distribution of our technicians. Additional accomplishments, we are finalizing an architectural services plan. We will be presenting that for your consideration next board meeting, and that is the next step on the way to our network infrastructure refresh, which we've all been very excited to have, and I know many of our staff members and principals have been, and our district staff, of course, as well, have been very excited to get underway. We have reorganized our department. Thank you to the board for recognizing the need for that, to better align our IT staffing to the needs of our sites. And then in collaboration with our Teamsters partners, we've been able to modernize 3 critical job descriptions that helps us make our department more able to recruit and retain really important staff to serve the district. Handful of more accomplishments before I move on to challenges. We have improved and modernized our systems and partnerships for our backups and disaster recovery, and also our cybersecurity protection. These are really important, as you hear in the news from time to time. One of the most recent ones, large scale ones, was an attack on Los Angeles Unified, which we all were, a little bit concerned about. And so, we have really focused very heavily on cybersecurity initiatives and services to support our efforts there. One of those is an incident response plan for ransomware, and we will be expanding that plan to include other vectors of attack as well. We have focused very heavily on technology equipment refreshes, Chromebooks you're well aware of, laptops, and we're working on a desktop refresh right now. So we're excited to be able to deploy those out to places where desktops are a more appropriate technology than the more mobile devices. We have completed the photocopier rollout. So that's been, refreshed our photocopiers and brought that contract into a single contract, where in the past it was a variety of different contracts, which were very difficult for our schools to make sure that they got equitable and good service. We also are working on our printer refresh, which we're currently doing a final survey of sites to make sure that we have deployments of printers that are appropriate for the needs of our schools. So that will be underway later in the spring, probably in the next several weeks, actually. So we're excited about that. And finally, one I'm particularly happy about, just it's semantics in a way, but I think it's important because it reflects what we hope is our professionalism in providing services to our district, and that is a rename of our department to the Department of Information Technology, which is much more common across the IT organizations. So some challenges. These are challenges. A couple of these we'll be bringing to you in the next few board meetings for your consideration. One of those is we've recognized the need for a more modern asset management system. You can't refresh what you don't know you have. And so, we I think have outgrown some of the systems that we have implemented. And so we need to consider a much more robust way of managing our devices. So we'll be bringing you a proposal for that shortly. We were unable until recently to hire an education technology coordinator. We've now been able to do that. We're very excited, and the board approved the appointment of Erin Vallejo starting, and actually that's been adjusted now to just early March. So we're really excited to have her on board, and we're excited at the work that she'll be doing in coordinating our technology integration leaders and a lot of the work that they'll be doing as well. So we're excited about that. Management tools for Windows devices. We have not really had adequate tools to manage our Windows devices. Kind of ironic because they've been around the longest in our district, but we will be bringing a proposal for that shortly as well. And then I mentioned also various security improvements. Anything with security, you secure something more, it requires cooperation and sometimes a little bit of, I don't want to say pain, but a little bit of additional effort on the part of users. And so we are continuing to work with our staff and students on updating and maintaining our security posture. This is really the last slide I have. I just wanted to talk briefly about some next steps and some current work. We will shortly, and with Erin's assistance, of course, we will be because she is our link to the education side of the house more than anything else. We'll be conducting our annual review of the strategic technology plan. This is intended as a 10-year plan with an annual review, as you know. So we'll be doing that throughout the spring with the idea that we'll present that draft of that to you in June with a final approval in August, as usual. We have a network infrastructure plan underway or planning for that. We will bring that to you. Our intent is to bring that to you for approval next board meeting, with that to be conducted May through August. And then with the design work, RFPs, those sorts of things going out in the early, anticipate that in the early fall of next school year. We've also been obviously doing a lot around equipment refresh. We've been, able to, with some one-time money, of course, be able to refresh a lot of our equipment, which has been great. I've mentioned the copiers, laptops, desktops, printers, and the other thing is to make sure that we are supporting appropriately our non-standard equipment and identifying what that is. There are always exceptions to any standards that need to be understood. And so, for instance, just as an example, with our printer rollout, we know that there are many cases where there are printers that are special purpose printers that the lease that we're entering into does not cater to those needs. So we have a process in place to make sure that exceptions are tracked, approved, and that we can make sure that we're updating the firmware on those sorts of things. So we'll have that in place concurrent with the printer rollout. Another place where that hits is with our Apple devices. We know that there are many places where Apple devices are important. For instance, one of the largest is our CTE programs, where they are industry standard equipment. And so we need to make sure that we are, supporting those. But the reality is recognizing that as a department, we are not staffed, and we don't want to advocate for staff to support devices just purely based on personal preference. We need to base it on an educational need. And so we will have a process in place for that. So through the rest of this year and into next year, we'll be making sure that Apple devices are phased out as a personal preference, but maintained in places where educational need is appropriate. So it's just another example of that. And then obviously, again, just mentioning, cybersecurity improvements. We, obviously won't in a public meeting express a lot of the improvements that we are making, but we have a very, very, very strong focus on that. We've acquired systems, we've acquired partnerships with other external organizations, and obviously our cyber insurance. All of those sorts of things occur on a regular basis, and we, feel that we have a much better security posture than we've had in the past, and need to continue to improve that. With that, that's all I have, but I will be happy to entertain any questions.
Michael Schneider.
My name is Michael Schneider. Many things are starting to appear in the technology plan as green and fully implemented. The federal plan that they are following with the district on our technology plan has measurable goals and expectations that must be met. And from what the district is presenting at this time, how do we know that those goals are really being met? One of those goals are internet speeds. To my knowledge, they're supposed to be 1 gig per student, not only in their classroom, but at their home. Currently, what we're doing is issuing hotspots to our children for use at home. It's not a good solution. There are parts in the district, mostly in our underserved neighborhoods, that don't have the minimum federal requirements for internet speeds set forth in the Obama era. This is an equity issue as children trying to do their research, their homework, Google Classroom, suffer from disconnects, excessive wait times, while their fellow classmates are able to quickly get done with their homework and move on to other things. The federal plan we are following requires quarterly audits from a third-party vendor to verify data speeds, not only in the classrooms at peak values, but also at the homes. In regards, this is an equity issue. As you can see from what I just handed to you, even though hotspots do exist, you can see clearly that we are way below the federal standards. But I do believe some of the plan has already said that we're fully implemented. We really need to know, what are those speeds? Are we truly 100%? As you look at those plans, you can see how Shore Acres, Bay Point, they don't have internet reliable, even with the hotspot. You can look at the cable of what's availability, and you'll notice really tiny, right across the street from Meadow Homes, cable's not available, even though it is around the neighborhood. At the bottom, there is a disclaimer of, even though some of those are green, connectivity varies, especially in high density areas where there's apartments, where a lot of our students, especially low income, are residing. Once they all start doing their homework, we are putting an excessive load of a 4-way highway, and we're condensing it down to 1 lane. So I'm asking, when can we start using the data? When are we going to start seeing and presenting the data? When are we going to have workshops where the public can go ahead, who's
time is up.
paying for all this technology, that we can go ahead and move forward? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So just as you respond to the board's question, you can weave in responses to his, but see what the board has.
I had a question. So as a current student, and also as a student that attends a Title I school, many times we do face internet outages and stuff like that. But my concern also is as technology is advancing and the needs of our students are changing, what are we doing to stay on top of it and meet the needs and demands of our students?
Thank you for that question. That's really an excellent question, and that's why I think our plan is a 10-year plan, not just a typical standard 2, 3, or even 5-year plan. I think this is a plan that needs to evolve, and it needs to be a conversation at the board level, on a continuing basis. Regarding internet speeds and making sure that we are meeting the needs of our students and our teachers. Obviously, there's the internal within the district side of that, and then there's the external side. And I really appreciate the comments by the member of the public, because this is a really critical issue, and it's an issue that occurs nationally and even internationally. That we do not in the United States have a national broadband program, and so we're reliant on the ways that our vendors, that our telecommunications companies actually deploy internet to our families, and that is known to be inequitable in many cases. So working with our partners in the industry is, I think, an important thing that we need to continue to be doing to make sure they understand the impact on our students of not deploying broadband internet in some of our communities. So on that side of it as well, we are doing what we can. We're making sure that we're publicizing the current FCC's Affordable Connectivity Program, which provides very low cost internet for families that can demonstrate a need, typically through a free and reduced lunch letter, those sorts of things. So we have that available through the FCC. And then you are correct that we also are deploying hotspots as possible. That is not a complete solution, that sounds like you're well aware. It's, we don't always have the best coverage in all of our communities across the valley. And so it is not a 100% solution. I'm not going to stand in front of you today and say, we've got this covered for our communities, for our families. I think there is more work to do. Internally, and I'll be brief with this, I won't geek out on it, but just because it's been raised and I think it's important. What we have done as a strategy is, for internet, for basically Wi-Fi and internet connectivity within our buildings, we have upgraded to, and this is all E-rate reimbursed at 60%, which is our E-rate reimbursement rate as a district that we qualify for through the FCC. We have 20 gigabits of uplink to the internet. We also have 2 gigabits in our WAN, our wide area network, to each school in the district. We also monitor that on a regular basis to make sure that that's sufficient. The other thing that we, and again, briefly negotiated into the contracts that we went out for under E-rate rules over the past 2 years is to make sure that those amounts are scalable. So if we have additional needs within our schools, we can make sure that we are meeting those needs. We can basically, effectively dial up the internet at any particular school at any time. One last point on that, just because it is important and answers the question, is in the ed spec the education specification that you will see in the next in the next section here, or later this evening, there is actually a portion of that discusses Wi-Fi in learning spaces, even if they're external to buildings. So expanding the accessibility of Wi-Fi within our schools and external to our schools is also an important step in that. So it's a variety of solutions to that. There's no one solution that most districts have been able to come across that really answer that question. So I apologize, that was a long-winded answer, but it's an area that I think is very important.
Thank you.
Okay, now I'm more confused. This is not my area, but doesn't some of it depend on who your provider is? Because I know in Shore Acres, if you have AT&T, you've got fiber optics. You've got Xfinity, I don't know what you have, but so how does the school manage that? Does that how does that affect you? If we've got fiber optics in Shore Acres, is that something that can help our schools, or you're not even in that system?
So we, our current contracts are with AT&T, and those are bid out through E-rate. So AT&T provides our internet connectivity, basically our WAN connectivity, our wide area network connectivity. The county, Contra Costa County Office of Education provides, they're our ISP or internet service provider. So they provide the actual internet, and they have multiple pathways out to the internet. I'm not sure if that answers your question exactly. Yeah.
Question, right? Okay. I also have a question. In one of the slides, they talked about redistribution of new technologies within our schools. So again, my question with this is, are schools that are receiving like these new technologies and new infrastructure, are they in some way prioritized, or will all schools be receiving them at the same time?
So that's a fantastic question. Thank you for that. Obviously, we, many of these rollouts we have been able to do relatively quickly. In historical terms, typically, there would be a portion of money that would be allocated for deferred maintenance of these things, and that would be refreshing schools over a period of time. The reality in our district is that most purchasing has been done at the site level, and so that's been an area where equity has not been able to be a real priority for us because some schools, as we know very well, have more ability to do that than others. And so that's something that I'm really pleased that the board has been able to see the value of making sure that we're committing dollars to making sure that those technologies are spread as equitably as possibly across our schools. So the initiatives that I mentioned earlier are all things that are going across the district, and for every student, one-to-one. I always say one-to-one is an equity initiative, not a technology initiative. It's an access for all students initiative. That's what it is. And so we are not a one-to-one district if every student does not have access to a device 24/7 when they have the need for that. I believe that may answer your question.
It did. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this presentation and this update. I do want to mention that responsible technology use and social media definitely was a topic discussed at last night's town hall meeting. Definitely because that access and those kinds of interactions really impact our students' social and academic experiences on our campuses. I'm really interested in action step 1.1.2, implement and communicate a district-wide digital citizenship curriculum designed to be embedded within curricular content at all grade levels, which is an absolute need. And I'm really glad to see that the implementation is in progress. And I'm wondering if you can tell us more.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. That's one of my favorites as well. So digital citizenship is, for the benefit of those who aren't familiar with the term, digital citizenship is really, the ability for us to make sure that students have within themselves, within their own thinking about their online behaviors, the ability to act as good citizens in that way. So very much like, how do you act in person? How do you act digitally? Well, the reality is technology can create a barrier for us that social media, if you've got that barrier there between people, it's something that it's more easy to act in certain ways that may not be appropriate. So what we do with that is we use adjustment of the Common Sense Media digital citizenship curriculum. It's actually a really excellent curriculum. It's freely available. It's too much for us to, if we were to implement the entire thing, our schools would be doing that, every single day for a half an hour, something like that. And there's no way we're going to do that. So we have been working, and with our previous ed tech coordinator, working to actually develop an implementable plan for that can be distributed to schools. I'm sorry to say, just full disclosure, with the lack of an ed tech coordinator over the past 6 or 8 months, that project has been not pushed forward as quickly as I'd like to see it. I look forward to being able to push that out and work through our ed tech coordinator, through our technology integration leaders, to make sure that that program is in place, because it is absolutely critical in today's world that students are have the tools within them to be able to interact appropriately with technology.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, just briefly. Couple of comments just to let you know what I'm hearing out there. One is on the sort of printers and copiers rollout, just making sure that those are functioning well for all staff before you start pulling any of the other ones away. Just hearing a little rumblings about that. And then Chromebooks for elementary school students. I often hear two sides of that. Either it's an area where they don't feel like it's either safe for students to be taking the Chromebooks home and back, or they don't come back if they go home, or people feel that they're too heavy for elementary school students to be carrying, particularly the smallest ones to be carrying in their backpack. So as you move forward in your plan, looking at, do all of our elementary schools have the ability to store the one-to-one devices on site when that's preferred at that particular site. And then lastly, you talked about the non-standard equipment. What comes to mind for me there in particular is our computer science classes, because Chromebooks are really fully inadequate for computer programming. So as we move forward into a to become a district where we actually want all of our students to learn the language of computer programming, various computer programming languages, because that is the future and it's going to give them a lot more career possibilities going forward. That just to recognize that Chromebooks are going to be fully inadequate for that. And we should be planning to provide those devices and provide that type of instruction, not just how to use Google Docs. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. 12.3, first interim report.
Yeah, so Dr. Gonzalez has 12.3 and 12.4.
So this is real quick, but we always want to make sure that we're transparent. And one of the things that the county office recently sent to us was a review of our first interim report. And the good news is that they verified the certification that we put on. So we said that we had a positive certified budget. They agreed with that. But now that Bill Clark is at least temporarily back at the county office, I really appreciate the way that they've set this letter up. And so if you take a look at the attachment, what they've done is they're really graphing out what the future looks like in the 3 years of, they take a look back, but they also take a look at the MYP, right? The current year and the 2 future years. But what's really important in the graphic that they show is that they are acknowledging that we are getting into a realm again of deficit spending, meaning we are expecting to be spending more than we are bringing in. And so the second graph that I think is much more interesting is the one that takes a look at the unrestricted general fund funds, because we know that a lot of those came in because they were one-time dollars and we had to book them. And now what's happening is we're spending that down and we're spending that down and we're spending that down. And so as we spend it down, we have less in our reserves. So I just wanted to point out that piece. And then of course, they're acknowledging the ADA projections. We have that 3-year rolling average, which means that even though we may be flat this year, we are still taking into account the significant losses of the last 2 years. And so they just graph it out to make it a little easier for the public to understand. We do have these letters that are posted on the website, but I wanted to make sure that I was putting this on a board agenda so that the public could see this as well as the board, that they are verifying, but they are continuing to say, just be careful because we're heading into a time of uncertainty with whatever's going to happen with the governor's predictions and, COLA moving forward, cost of living adjustment moving forward. Any questions on this letter?
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Oh, you have the next one.
I do. I also have a 12.4. So what we do every time that we bring AB 1200 forward is in at least the last 7 or 8 of these we've brought forward, we've been able to get the county office's response loaded. Generally, Laura is receiving those from me at the very last minute from the county office. And so we've been grateful that the county office has been able to move fairly quickly. We didn't give them enough time this last time around with the agreement for the Teamsters and landscaping. And so I committed to them that we would bring it back, we would put it on a board agenda, and we would make sure that it was public. And this is their response to the AB 1200. They were acknowledging ahead of time, and we knew that night that we were going to be getting this letter. It's just the timing of it didn't happen. But they were verifying that we did have the funds to be able to afford the increase and the restructuring that we did for the Teamsters and the landscaping department.
I appreciate that it is on the agenda for the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board member reports. Or is that where we are? Wait, yeah. I'll start with Trustee Mason.
Okay, I'll be
I
very
know, that's a
brief.
surprise.
Is that what you said? Me?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
you.
I went to the CSBA meeting, the county one, and listened to all the budget news, which is good the day it's given, and then the next day it's new news. I went to Rio Vista and had coffee with the principal and the parents again. That was very nice. I went to the board breakfast with almost all of the board members. Were we all there? I think not Miss. Okay, and that was interesting. And I also went to Ignacia Valley High School for the business meeting, and Trustee Mayo is the representative for that meeting, so I will let her give the report on what happened at that meeting.
Thank you. Then I'll just pass it on to Trustee Mayo.
Don't you love how we just passed this off?
I attended the CAC meeting, and Ms. McFerrin may wish to report out as well. A review of the legislative day was presented, and I would like to advise our community members to save the date for the celebration of success, which will be May 1st at 6:45 p.m. at Concord High School. And that's always a very heartwarming event to attend. I did attend the Business Education Alliance meeting, and this time it was held at Ignacio Valley High School. It's great to be on the campuses rather than having those meetings during Zoom, and it's great to vary the locations of the meetings. It opened with a recognition of the Mount Diablo High School students who completed their CERT training, which is Citizens Emergency Response Team training. And my husband was cheering as he read the information because he is involved in the Pleasant Hill CERT and believes strongly that that will support our communities in a major disaster. At the meeting, we adjourned into work groups, which each work group, according to an industry partner thread, was to provide feedback on proposed expenditures and finalize a career pathway map, which will be printed and posted on the website. And those maps will be especially helpful to inform parents about the coursework that their students can take to achieve a certain pathway. They are very colorful. They explain a lot. And instead of just saying, you'll take math 1 and math 2, there's a better descriptor of what kind of math is going to be taught in that particular program. There was an opportunity for those, the staff members who were there to share their accomplishments within their industry sector. For example, maybe they took their students on a field trip to a particular architect's office or to a particular construction firm. One of the groups has been involved with Habitat for Humanity and construction. So they were out there originally helping to dig foundations. And this last time they went, they were actually able to do some hands-on hammering and construction work, which of course, when the walls start to go up, you really feel the energy in a building and you are connected with it. Best Day will be held on March 13th, and that's always an exciting day. So I hope all of you will mark that on your calendar. And we are seeking internships from our businesses for students work in the summer. Hopefully there would be a small stipend with it, but also just a work experience for students in their particular field of interest. So if a business who might happen to be listening would have that opportunity for some of our students this summer, they should contact Heather Fontanilla in charge of career pathways or Dr. Clark's office. Any of us will get you connected with the right person. As you said, we attended the Alcosta SSC School Board Breakfast as the guest of Medea. I want to thank all of the Medea team who was there to welcome us. And one point, there were presentations. Senator Aisha Wahab from District 10 advised the attendees that legislators have been cautioned not to expect results for bills that they submit requiring revenue because of the economy downturn. So that was sort of telling that, you know, there are, shall I say, symptoms of an economic downturn. On February 15th, I attended the Budget Advisory Committee meeting. And then the 16th, we were at Measure J and Measure C. So thank you.
Trustee McFerrin.
Good evening, everyone. Over the past few weeks, I've attended the meetings that I regularly join, although now I go to the Parent Advisory Council, CAC, and the Measure C and J Citizen Bond Oversight meetings rather than the Budget Advisory Council meetings. But what I really want to share about tonight revolves around last night's town hall meeting at Pine Hollow. I want to thank President Zawi and Dr. Clark and our district staff for organizing and communicating out the details of this event. the Pine Hollow team for hosting, and for so many community members and local electeds for coming out to speak, listen, and offer direction and solutions to issues of both bullying and persistent acts of racism on our campuses. We heard parents, students, and staff members speak about microaggressions, Black students being made to feel othered rather than respected and included. We heard about incidents of fighting that at least one person called Wolfpack incidents versus kind of one-on-one fights or or kind of more consensual type fights. We heard about students not feeling safe in our bathrooms due to threats of violence. We heard from parents saying that they encourage their kids to report these incidents, and they do, but the bullying continues. There were a lot of feelings in the room, what I sometimes call big feelings, valid feelings. And in that room, I really appreciated that. And I also appreciated that so many speakers spoke about solutions that could help us address these persistent problems, which are issues that aren't limited to our district boundaries. I heard ideas about parents getting involved in their school site councils. I think that may have been something that was misheard. I heard someone saying that really just as a way to support schools and for parents to be kind of more involved in what's going on at their school site, and to have some control over the vision and funding for their specific schools. And I don't think it was mentioned, but I do want to remind folks that even if someone isn't elected to serve on the school site council, any parent, student, or faculty member is welcome at their school's meeting and can speak up on agenda items that are important to them. And I encourage parents to do this. While I don't remember someone naming it, hearing about a lack of consequences or a perceived lack of consequences, whichever one is the truth, and maybe in some cases both sometimes, and issues that persist among students. This is a really good opportunity to bring maybe emphasize use of restorative practices, which are learning opportunities for students whose inappropriate behavior could in part be addressed with a chance for them to make amends for their behavior and see consequences that they somehow maybe didn't see or understand while they were acting out in terms of harming a person and their school community. And then I also heard about irresponsible and dangerous use of social media. And so I really do appreciate that our technology plan is one part of addressing that. I am very curious. Some issues have come up around Spirit Weeks. And so I do have, if we have kind of future agenda items, I would just like to know more about how we're making sure that we're being racially and culturally sensitive to all students in planning student activities. And I also want to mention that a lot of the comments last night had to do with concerns about middle schools. And so I would like to know more about how we are supporting student wellness, how we are managing conflicts, and just how we're addressing kind of some major student behavioral needs in our middle schools. And that's all I have this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Count.
All right, thank you. One of the things I wanted to highlight was the wonderful PTA Founders Day, which our trustee Linda Mayo was one of the organizers of. So thank you to Trustee Mayo, to the 32nd District PTA, Velma Wilson, Aisha West, the California State PTA, and all the organizers of the event to recognize local parents and teachers who work together for all kids in our public schools. And congratulations to all the scholarship winners. We did have 2 scholarship winners from our Mount Diablo Unified School District from College Park and Ignacio Valley High. So that was very exciting to see. Also wanted to point out that there is a fairly new group forming. That's the Contra Costa Cultural Planning and Arts Council. You can find a Facebook page that's called that. And basically what happened was our Contra Costa County hired consultants to work on the goal of identifying and establishing a countywide nonprofit arts council that will address the needs of artists, arts organizations, arts consumers, and arts educators with a goal of ensuring access and equity. They're holding visioning sessions March 14th to 18th throughout the whole county. The one closest to us is March 14th in Walnut Creek at 5 p.m. at the Heather Farm Community Center. I'm excited about this. It's great timing, I think, because our district also is beginning to engage in the district-wide strategic arts plan this spring as well. And so my hope is that those two will really dovetail together, and that there will be people who will be attending both. I want to give a quick shout out to my own teenager, Kai Kound, who was just awarded the National Merit Scholar finalist. We just received that information. Very exciting. And lastly, I do want to thank our board president, Keisha and Zewi, Superintendent Dr. Adam Clark, Holly Tillman from Clayton City Council, and everyone who attended and spoke at last night's town hall on racism and bullying. I feel like though these are things that are hard to speak and hard to hear about, it's so important for us to shine light on this so that we can fully address it, take action, and clarify with our schools and communities that we are firmly against hate. There was a speaker at the very end of the night who was a fairly new teacher. I believe she's still in training to become a teacher, who spoke last, and as a Mount Diablo alum, who said that she felt that she couldn't come teach here now after hearing these things. And I feel like I want to clarify to her and to the community at large that the fact that this topic is something that they're seeing in the media and, you know, coming to light, I don't feel that that means that racist incidents in our schools are particularly heightened beyond other school districts in our area or in our state or even in our nation. What I think it really means is that this visibility means is that we in our district are willing to name it and face it, which so often is very difficult to do. And then I think a lot of the stories, a lot of the incidents that have been happening show this deep level of ignorance in the form of racial taunts, violence, and microaggressions by students and even some of our staff. And so there's just a huge need to educate everyone, for all of us to learn more about race and to talk about race. And so I look forward to our next topic on the equity policy for us as a board, and definitely want us to be sharing out more specific resources to our schools. Thanks.
Trustee Nabel Flores.
So I want to start off tonight's board report by just saying that education is power, knowledge is power, and we all know that. But now I want to ask you all too, what if we are constantly talking about educational justice, educational equity in our school district, what exactly does that look like to you? What does that mean to you? And what actions can we take for that and for those goals to be met? I'll share a little bit of what I've been up to. I feel like these last couple of weeks have been really heavy, not only with like things that have occurred, but just like the atmosphere in general. But I want to highlight that I visited the Northgate campus for the first time, and I had a discussion with Mrs. Honey about the ethnic studies curriculum that she will be teaching next year. And with that discussion, there are a couple of things that were discussed or that brought up is how can we ensure that all of our students are being represented, are being highly with all like I always mentioned, with are being represented, are being taught, have access and opportunities to learn about ourselves, of our own history, our own communities, our own identities, with dignity, culture, dignity, honor, and respect. I also want to bring that to again to highlight like what's been going on, not only like in our school district, but also like on our nationwide. How there are some curriculums and some like ethnic studies that can't be taught in certain states, like what's going on right now in Florida. But even like as I found out in like ethnic studies class in Arizona, you can't teach Latino and Chicano studies. In some states, you can't talk about white supremacy. You can't have discussions that challenge like critical race theory. So living and being in a multicultural, multilinguistic district, it is important that we are able to provide these opportunities for all of our students, for the students to come in the future generations, and also to provide that need for the students that we couldn't serve and that we couldn't provide these opportunities for. We had a student advisory committee meeting February 18th, 15th, I'm sorry, 15th. And basically what we've been doing throughout this time is coming up with a proposal with an issue that is prevalent in our community, and what solutions as students can we all collaborate with and come to, and how can we propose these solutions to everyone. But through all of these discussions and everything that everyone shared, a common theme keeps arising, and that is student safety. I'm reading off of this, diversifying academic teachings. And this is not just with the social studies curriculum, it's also in our literacy, in our English, in our math, in our science, and that our practices are restorative. And unfortunately, racial bullying, xenophobia, and discrimination among students of color, and not only at that, of educators, like staff. And I have unfortunately have had to witness that. And that being said, when we come up with these solutions, some of the solutions were holding community workshops. I'm so thankful that we had this town hall meeting last night, and we were able to have that space for the community to come up and speak up, to start to break the silence and to voice again for themselves, for the past generations, but also for the future generations. So it's important for us to continue to create a nourishing and encouraging environment where our students can thrive. And as a student, again, I feel that I need to talk about this issue because it's something that we need and we need to continue to address, and that's the teacher shortage. At our Title I schools that are being affected and impacted firsthand, we are coming with solutions by recruiting teachers, giving raises and all of these things, but what are we doing to prevent these issues from happening next year? What are the inequities that we've experienced at our school sites? How are they being addressed and ensure that they will not happen in the years to come? And that, again, like with the teacher shortage, it does affect stability within our students. A lot of students are being denied that right to an education. And like many said, I can give an example, like my twin brother. If you all don't know, I have a twin. We're in the same grade level, same school, same classes that we're supposed to be taking. But I have a teacher in the chemistry department, and he doesn't. He has a vacant, it's vacant in his classroom, and he's had substitutes in and out. And right now they have a permanent sub. But I recently found out that that class is not college credited because he has never participated in any labs. So then I bring the question again, what are we doing additionally to prevent these issues to happen ever again? And what restorative measures and effective solutions are we doing that we will make sure that the decisions that we're making up here in the district level are being met at the ground level? That goes the same way with the equity policies that we are passing, keeping accountability, like we've mentioned, consistently. And this message also goes out to all community members, all staff, all administrators, all leaders in our community, that the things that we're doing here at the board are also being done at our school levels, at our communities, at our cities, but also in our homes. And again, I just want to really appreciate that town hall meeting that we had, where we were able to provide this safe space for people to come and speak up and come voice their needs and come highlight these demands that we really do desperately need. And I kind of just want to end off with some important deadlines that are coming up. I always talked about civic engagement, right? The importance of students being involved in the school sites, in their schools, here at the district level. And I want to congratulate, first of all, the students at Mount Diablo High School who gained a certification in CERT. They were honored by Dr. Clark and other board members were they're present. But that during that celebration, there was also a CTE meeting. And I was able to participate and provide student input. And that's actually one of the first meetings that I've ever attended. And as a student board member, I sit here in these meetings, I network with other members in the community, but being at this CTE meeting where we are actually making decisions of the curriculum that's being offered next year. How can we improve student experiences? It's very important for students, not only students already involved, but students that are in these classrooms to be encouraged to come out and give feedback, because that's how we know what areas we need to improve on. So I just also want to highlight them. And I also just want to mention for college and career readiness, that the FAFSA application does close March 2nd, and so does the California Dream Act. And tonight I want to close off with reflecting on my term so far. And I am honored to serve in this board and to serve alongside all of you. Like I said, we are all resilient. We are the representation of different perspectives, different experiences, and different narratives that need to be brought to light. So I just want to acknowledge my my stance as student board member, but also sitting in this room, sitting at the table, and being able to provide these perspectives and these narratives with you all. And again, I am honored to work alongside all of you. And I just also want to just give you guys the recognition, because sometimes, we don't get the recognition we deserve. Really, the work that we are doing here, it matters. And it truly does affect our students, it affects our students and the future of our students. So I just want to, again, continue to encourage all of us to embrace pride, embrace celebration, and embrace acceptance of cultures and all identities, and always, again, bring it back to the community and to the people that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you. That's everything I have to say. Well, I'll say under the next item, but I'll just let people know that tomorrow I start my school board finance training that I'm sort of excited about, but I've chose to do it, so I actually am. So it's going to be good. It's through Edunomics from Georgetown University, and it's just for school board members to understand budgeting and finance. All right, 14.0 superintendent's reports.
Yes, thank you so much. First of all, I want to respond to the violence that we discussed last night at the town hall, and I'm going to be brief. I was gonna read this article from the San Francisco Chronicle yesterday. There was an article in there about a 13-year-old Ukrainian refugee who had to flee Ukraine because of war, and she's in middle school in San Francisco. And what she described was very much what we heard last night. And if you get a chance to read this article, it really does give the reasons why we might be seeing an uptick in behaviors across the country in middle school. I think it's similar to the uptick that we see in second grade, because these students, they were out of school for some time, and we have sort of this meeting of challenges that just kind of creates a perfect storm. However, I will not blame, I will not point fingers, and I'll never blame the children, right? We're the adults, and the problem is with us, and we need to work to solve these problems. We need to work collaboratively together. We need to work with the families. Most importantly, we have to work with these students. We do suspend, we do expel. We expelled 2 students tonight. Unfortunately, we've had some students who have been arrested and taken to jail from our campuses. That doesn't solve the problem. The problem is deeper than that. At a typical middle school, you have 75 adults on that campus. It is not the responsibility of the principal and vice principal only. It is everyone's responsibility to make sure that the environment is safe. So I will keep working with our teams and sitting down with anyone who's willing to sit down and talk about these things. And if that means having town halls, if that means collaborating with the police department, if that means collaborating with mental health, collaborating with our labor partners, I'll do what it takes to make sure that we're getting our students what they ultimately need. So as we move into our equity policy 0415, equity.
I don't know if there's two cards for 14.1 and not 14.2. So I don't know.
It's all for equity, I would imagine, because
Okay, yeah.
I don't have anything listed on superintendent.
I know. So is everyone speaking for 14.2?
Yeah.
Okay.
So last at our last board meeting, as it was the night of Black History Month, and I made the comment, I really hope that we celebrate Black History Month throughout the district. But if we don't, that we are having an event tomorrow night at Mount Diablo High School where we will be celebrating Black History Month. And this is the second event that we've done that we have been very intentional in inviting out African-American students and families and everyone else, right? It's very inclusive. However, when you have a group that that historically has faced many challenges, you have to be intentional at times in addressing some of those challenges that they face. And so I'm really looking forward to tomorrow night. And I think that it is representative of the goals that this board has set forward and the expectations that this board has set forward. I'm so much more motivated to talk about solutions and putting actions in place rather than pointing fingers, making excuses, and casting blame. And unfortunately, I hear so much of that in my position, and I just really won't engage in that. However, what took place at our middle school, at Diablo View Middle School, was completely unacceptable. We had we had a breakdown of the communication amongst adults at that campus, and ultimately, I'm responsible. I put the principal in place. We put the administration through equity training. We don't do equity training with our teachers. We haven't. That's something that I would imagine will need to be negotiated at some point. However, the principals are my responsibility, and the administration is my responsibility, and I take responsibility for that action. And really, what the lack of action was that we had an event, and it was a very harmful and hurtful event, and just a punitive response is not enough when there's been serious harm. And I'm not one to call anybody out. I think that unfortunately I've seen enough of these missteps throughout my time in this district. And I've seen it in my previous district, and I've seen it in the previous 3 districts I was in. It's a problem. It's a systemic problem that we have. But this incident struck a nerve. There's mistrust amongst the adults at this campus. And so there's not an environment where the adults can speak freely on either side, right? And there is a lack of trust. And I think if there had been a lack of trust, then the adults on that campus could have gotten together and come up with a response that acknowledged the hurt and pain that something like this caused, and really could have turned this punitive situation, a punitive response, into a much more restorative response. And again, I take responsibility for that. The system that we have established to ensure that this doesn't happen isn't working, and I will bring about change in that system on how we work with and train our people, both on discipline code, but also on the restorative code. And that is a misstep on my part that I take responsibility for. I'm embarrassed that this happens that this happened under my watch, and I will work tirelessly to ensure that it doesn't happen. So with that, we have the equity policy here, and I will turn it over to you, President Nzewi.
Should we do public comment first? What do you guys think?
Yeah, we have public here who's been waiting.
I know
all
they've
night,
been
I'm
waiting.
sure.
It's 9 o'clock. Thank you for
Thank
hanging
you
in there.
for your patience for 3 hours.
Yeah, I warned my daughter, who's home alone, that this would be a long night probably, but she's probably enjoying the alone time. Anita Johnson. Okay, Willie Mims.
Is there a staff report on this? I mean, I know there's one online.
Is there a, I'm sorry, what did you say?
Staff report?
Oh, it's our equity policy,
Yeah.
which we passed
Oh.
Pick it
in
up on the screen.
November.
Yeah, bring it up on the screen so folks can see it. I had a question on item number 6 under school climate. Bring that up. Okay, I'll read it. It says, building a positive school climate and culture that promotes students' belonging, engaging, safety, and academic and other supports for students. My concern is when you listen to the voices of the African-American students and their parents, there doesn't seem to be a lack of, there seems to be a lack of belonging or some kind of empathy. Just like one of the parents said yesterday, that last night, that she spoke to a principal about what was going on with her child, and she felt dismissed. So that is a racist kind of reaction when you dismiss someone. And my question is that this dismissal is just happening across the board with this particular principal. But what happened at Diablo View is nothing new about what's going on around the Unified School District. It's been going on for years. And in fact, some things happened this past week. In fact, when we were under the pandemic, you had racist Zoom bombs that were directed at Black people. And my concern is, what were the teachers doing at the time this was going on? Was this reported? Did anybody get penalized? It's just almost as though like, okay, well, just dismiss it, just happening. We won't, we'll just talk to the student. But it was system-wide that was going on across this district. But the issue is, again, like I brought up last night, if you don't address the issue of race and racism within your schools, nothing will change. If you don't begin to talk, in terms of Dr. Clark's famous words, having discussions on it. I mean, why is the district, why are so many people afraid even bring up the issue of race and racism within the schools? Why won't the teachers even teach the history, the true history, the real history of the role that Black people played in this country? They won't even teach that. Why won't they even mention the fact that African people were enslaved in this country for over 250 years? This country is 950 years old. But when you look at the dang history books, you'll see a little old small paragraph or a page or two. But there's no point for 250 years. So you're gonna give this particular group that suffered 250 years of slavery and 100 years of racial lynching terrorism only a page, and as though it's nothing. So the issue is that this district, not just this district, are in total denial. They don't want to discuss and tell the truth about what happened to this country. And I think that the children, if they're being told that from the beginning, you don't have to overwhelm them with such the brutality, but you start with small segments, and then you, from the 3rd grade all the way up to the 12th grade, and then you bring up all this lynching and everything else, so they have some semblance of the truth. Thank you.
Holly Tillman. Councilwoman Holly Tillman. Trustee Mayo would correct me if I didn't give you the title. No, you like decorum and
Thank you, Madam President and Dr. Clark and fellow trustees that are here. I'm here tonight as a parent, but in full disclosure, I am a city council member. And I had one student who graduated from this school district, and I have a current student who's in 11th grade at Northgate High School. And I also serve as part of my council duties as the liaison to the school district. So I sit on the ABAR committee. If you see my posts, you see I always mention that when I discuss any issues related to our council and the district. And so I was honored last night to stand with you, Madam President, for our rally that we had before the town hall. It was unfortunate that I had to miss the full town hall. I got to hear the first speaker, and what I heard was horrific. And then I just kept getting texts the entire meeting. I had a council meeting of a lot of the bullying, which there was a lot of it in our district. And so what I will say is, although we don't want to have to place blame, and I understand that you don't want to point fingers, I would say that our district, and Mr. Mims is correct, it's been going on for years. I haven't heard any solutions yet, and I'm hoping that we hear that when you guys get to have the mics back. But I will say that we have a culture of fear here in our district, and let me explain why. It's a fear from students who are afraid to speak up when something happens. We heard this last night from parents who spoke for their children. There's a fear from the parents as well of speaking up. We had a parent that spoke actually in front of the press conference that we have with the NAACP. He also spoke last night. I'm hoping that he shared it again. His fear was, even though he heard about the cotton ball incident, was not to bring it to anybody's attention, because he actually wanted to be sure that he got the services he needed for his student, his child at that school. And he was already having issues with the admin. He shouldn't have to choose. He should be able to get all of that. We have a culture of fear with teachers who literally fear retaliation for speaking up. And I'm not exaggerating. They're speaking up, they share it, and there's a retaliation that's happening to them where they're being forced to be silent. That's unacceptable. I'm here tonight to let you know I'm going to speak for them if I have to, and I'm encouraging as many of them as they can to come and voice their own concerns. And I will give you their names privately so that when you see that something happens to them behind the scenes, you know I was right, and they're right. People are retaliating against them from this district. Staff are afraid to speak up. Community members are afraid to speak up. People are mad at me for even shining a light on this at all because they're embarrassed. Oh my gosh, you're shining a bad light on Clayton. It's not about that. It's about doing what's right for those kids. So I'll tie it back to this. Mr. Mims was right. It's part of number 6, building a positive school climate and culture that promotes student belonging, engagement, safety, and academic and other supports for students. The safety piece is lacking all the way around. And I will say that I need you guys to do a deep dive on who continues to be the gatekeepers for progress here in our district. And what I mean by that are people who are skating. So think about how long this has been going on and who's been in positions of power in the district that have not stopped this, and do something about it, because it's time. I would also say,
If you can
I will wrap it
make
up
your
right now.
last thought.
As far as getting our students what they need admins to stop sweeping things under the rug. And until that happens, the culture of fear will persist. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlene Leathers.
Make it even better than that. First of all, in looking at the equity policy review, and I didn't know that I could, hit on whatever down here and I can actually see additional information. So I want to speak on the equity policy review, amongst other things. But I don't know if you can answer a question. When is there going to be a plan in place to address such issues? And what steps will be taken? What actions will be taken? Can I ask that question? Can I get an answer? Okay. Secondly, even though it's been mentioned that Mount Diablo is having this problem, this isn't just a Mount Diablo problem. We all know that. This is historically a problem throughout this country. So Mount Diablo, maybe it's one of the worst things that has come about, and I doubt it's the worst thing. I'm sure probably there, not probably, but I know there has been worse. I don't know offhand specifically, but there's been worse. And I know my granddaughter, and I know that you said it last night, has heard the N word every day since she's been in Mount Diablo Unified School District. And it's hurtful. It is truly hurtful. And of course, I can always tell her, well, you need to respond this way and you need to respond that way. And I'm sure that if she did that, her hand would be slapped, because Nana necessarily, will speak frankly. And, just something that was shared with me by her last night. She said in her PE class, there is a new student from Afghanistan who does not speak or really does not speak English, nor does she understand English very well. And she said, Nana, the bad part about it is the PE teacher hollers at her, speaks down to her. So, and previously mentioned, teachers may stand here and say they need additional teachers. You all are losing good teachers, but I'll be doggone if you don't have teachers in this district that aren't compassionate, don't know the things that they need to know in order to be culturally sensitive, to be culturally aware. And so, it's just not losing the good teachers, but the teachers that you may have now may not be the best teachers that you want to have around. So that's all I have to say. That was short and sweet, huh?
Thank you. Okay, I'll go. It has been a very long month, a very, very long month. And that longness really has been what's happened in our community. Yeah, from that very beginning. Before, I want to just tell a story. My words are written down. Just for full disclosure, that is my mother. She pointed at me. That hopefully becomes clear, but I write it down so that I don't meander. Dr. Clark, I really appreciate the words you opened with. I really appreciate your emphasis on collaboration between all of the adults, and that this is an adult problem, that all of this is an adult problem, because we are responsible for our children, whether we're the parent, whether we're the teacher, the staff members, the administrators, the food nutrition, the bus drivers, the custodians, the security guards, everyone, we're responsible for our children, and we have to collaborate together. And yeah, I'll get to more later. So I'm going to take my time because it's still Black History Month. If you're Black, you might get that. Okay. So this school year is the 5th year that that my daughter has gone to school in this district. So when we moved to this district, my daughter was in the 5th grade. I looked up the demographics of her new school and knew she would be just one of a handful of Black students. Having grown up being one of a handful myself, I did my best to prepare her based on my own experience, especially around classroom lessons about slavery or the civil rights movement. And what I mean by that is, in my experience, when you get to that topic, being the only Black student in class, everyone turns around and looks at you. Well, much different than the district we came from, there was no acknowledgement of Martin Luther King Day. That I like, that's the low bar to me, or Black History Month. So I was really annoyed, but then I paid attention to the next month, Women's History, and then Asian American Pacific Islander History Month, which comes after that. And the same silence persisted. So then I concluded, well, at least it wasn't just Black folks. We're equal opportunity ignorers of the multicultural society in which we live here at MDUSD. But I must admit, I really missed the outward expression of celebrations of all cultures in our old district. So the spring dragged on until one day I came home so excited to tell my daughter the most amazing news about something she just accomplished. It was really big. I'd already called it like everyone in my family, and I knew that she would be so very excited. So I burst through the front door. She was already home to find her doing her homework on the couch. And before I could get a word out, she looked at me and said, "So-and-so called me and my friend the N-word today." And I just thought, well, I didn't just hear that. What? She repeated herself, and I dropped everything in my hands, and I was honestly paralyzed, having absolutely no idea what to do. Um, I no, I didn't expect that whatsoever, especially because I don't know, you're 10 in the 5th grade or 11. I took very deep breaths. I immediately wanted to call my mom because I literally needed my mom in that moment. Um, I just needed her. But I knew that if I called her, then she would roll up to the school and I wouldn't be able to stop her. And I knew that I needed to woman up as a mom, and I needed to be the one to roll up to the school. So instead, I looked at my daughter and explained calmly that my reaction has nothing to do with her and everything to do with her, because I will do absolutely anything to protect her. Then I told her good news, and at least she was uplifted immediately. I learned from her, as we continued to talk about it, that she and her friend indeed marched right on up to the office, hand in hand, to tell on that boy. They told the vice principal, yet I had to hear it from my daughter. The next day, I dropped her off in the drop-off line. I parked, I rolled up into the office and asked to meet with the vice principal. We met. He told me he'd spoken to the child's parents, but he can't tell me the plan for discipline. And it's only recently that it clicked that he spoke to that child's parents, but not the parents of the children who were harmed. He also told me that, kids listen to music and that's how they learn it. And I tell him, no, this boy used the word as a weapon, not a lyric. I decided not to waste my time with him anymore. I left. I wrote to several district administrators, which turned out to be another waste of my time. I got absolutely nothing. So I can't do nothing. My daughter's future depends on it. Avoiding the judgment of my mother depends on it. The well-being of our Mount Diablo Unified School District community depends on it. For the 2 years I've been on this board, I've witnessed the shift towards an equity lens in everything we do. Like, all the conversations we have today are new. They wouldn't have happened in 2019 prior to Dr. Clark coming. Just a few months ago, we passed this equity policy where we identified what needs to take place, which is towards the top. 2 of them are, sorry, proactively identifying class, linguistic, and cultural biases, including unintentional and implicit biases that negatively affect student achievement, and interrupting practices, policies, and institutional barriers that negatively influence student learning, perpetuate achievement gaps, and impede equal access to opportunities for all students. As Dr. Clark mentioned, over the last 2 years since he's been here, school site administrators have been required to attend DEI trainings, required to lead equity work with their staff, and share their equity journeys with their peers. Our district is all in implementing our plan to address the disparities in achievement of African-American students, as well as all that we heard, as well as unhoused students and students in the foster care student system. Unlike other districts, and I've heard it from Dr. Clark, but I actually hear it from colleagues in my day job, there are districts who want to keep this hidden, who don't want to be outward with their work like we do around these students. But we are transparent with our problems. Like Trustee Khan just said, it feels really bad because we're hearing all of it and we're talking about it. But that's what's going to make it really better. And that's what will make us better, is that we're facing the dark, which I think will just bring all of this, bring on the light. And I really appreciate that we put a lot of focus on the adults, which goes back to that top of our equity policy which says interrupting practices, policies, and institutional barriers. So clearly it's not enough at all. I think that when we have the cotton ball incident, when we have wear black for black in honor of Black people, when we have dress as your favorite Black character, when we have students being told they shouldn't worry about college because they are, and you can fill in their race that's not white there. When we have students who are bullied for being Asian, for being Muslim, for being Indigenous, for being Latine, we failed our children. So now everyone has asked for, what are we going to do about it? So here I go. Here's what I would like to see us do about it. We all know that a budget is a reflection of that governing body's values. So the state budget, our county budget, our school district budget. And I learned about many years ago, I learned that if you really want to get something done in my day job, I do work in policy advocacy. If you really want to get something done, you do it through the budget. So at this point, I'm convinced that our policies, like, I think our policy is right. I think our policy is just, but it's not getting anything done. I would really like to work with you all to put forward proposals that put our money where our equity and anti-racist mouth is. I would like to see us pay to bring in experts, educational leaders who have gone through this, focusing on the children, the adults, and our families. So experts in, someone said, culturally responsive teaching, experts in, I don't know, in the CCE, empathy interviews. I know what those are, you know, well, we don't go into it now, but like that would be really great. Experts in family engagement and respecting families and respecting the expertise of families. Because that often, as I was reading the data, the student data, I know what it's like as a mother who is Black and whose child is Black to have to be concerned about how I'm perceived if I go to the school to try to address a problem. And I know what it's like to like have that teacher usually, I don't know how to say, like, not demean me, but like they know best. And I can only imagine how much worse it could even be for a parent who has unstable housing. So for a family who is homeless, how the judgment that could potentially come across. For a family that has a student with special needs who has a disability, or for a student who is in the foster care system and their family at the moment their life is in complete disarray. We passed a resolution, as we did. How many resolutions we passed today? Like, okay, we passed a resolution in honor of every month, every cultural month that there is, which I'm really proud of. People think it's a waste of time, but it makes us all aware that all of these different people, religions, cultures exist. But I'm sure that we can all confidently say, those of us who have students currently, that although we want the end of our resolution, we always want the school site to teach about this, teach to honor these months. I'm sure we can confidently say that that doesn't happen because teachers, one, they're left to figure that out on their own. So I would like to purchase culturally responsive and affirming curriculum and not let it sit and collect dust. All of these histories need to happen all throughout the year. We need to fund field trips. We've got a wealth of cultural museums and exhibits and shows in the Bay Area, so students can learn about cultures they are familiar with and cultures that are new to them, and gain respect and appreciation for all in our communities. It's in our equity policy, but we need to continue to diversify our staff. I know that there's so much in the world that makes that hard because of where we are economically. We're like literally our location being in the most high cost of living area. It is literally illogical to move here from anywhere else to be an educator or a staff member or an administrator. But we really need to diversify our staff. As I said in the labor acknowledgement at the top, it is so rare, almost impossible for a Black child to ever experience a Black educator. My daughter has never been taught by a Black educator. And because of the school that she's at now, if I look ahead, there is no Black educators there. She has 3 more years. It is very doubtful that she will have ever experienced being taught by someone who looks like her. And I know that it's easy to take for granted how important that is if you always get to have somebody who looks like you. But I can tell you, I had one Black teacher in my school career, and I remember her name, and this would have been, I was in the 3rd grade, so this would have been the early 80s. Her name was Mrs. Franklin. And she was, to me, this is rude, but you know, my daughter thinks I'm ancient. She was a nice old Black lady. That was my vision of her. She probably wasn't that old. And she is literally the only elementary school teacher I remember. We need to continue bringing together our community in that collaboration that Dr. Clark mentioned, because I imagine, you know, we are a district of 28 so 20 some odd thousand students, plus all the staff, plus all the families. So can you imagine the impact we will have on our corner of the world and the world at large, because we graduate students who honor and appreciate and respect and affirm the diversity of the world around them. I think this is a very pivotal moment, and I'm really glad that, honestly, it feels like everybody is all in and everybody is all in out here. This isn't an exercise. We cannot do nothing. I know that this board is committed to not doing nothing. And so those are my ideas. Oh, the bias incident response team is one I didn't mention. We have no data. So it, as has been explained, whether something is reported and to whichever adult, and it makes its way up to the administration of a particular school site, then it would be up to them to determine whether that's something that warrants an incident report, which this district has. And I know that there's like a gazillion each day. But we have no idea the extent of this problem. And if we had what's called a bias incident response team, there would be a place where anyone can report these things and it goes to a team. And then we know the data of what's happening. So I will stop. Thank you. Are there things in the policy, I mean, that we, sorry, my computer went to sleep, hold on. Are there things in the policy, given what we've gone through in this past month, and even though we know that none of this is new, it's not the first, it's definitely not the last, because each week it seems to get worse, that anyone has a suggestion to update in the policy?
Where can, where in this policy, and maybe this can be taken somewhere else, where can we implement the education and the training of combating these cultural biases and these complicit biases? Would this be something that we can do outside of the policy? Like, how can we implement that into our policy, that there are educational resources, there are trainings that the adults are being held accountable to, the students are being held accountable to. How can we go about that? And another point that I want to make also is if we can implement the wording of self-identifying as a non-binary individual and a part of the LGBTQ community. There have been times where I've been called like derogatory terms and I've been misgendered consistently. And I understand that this is new, but part of equity is respecting all forms of intersectionality. So I would also like to know like where that can also be implemented.
I think that's a really good point. And I think what I'm feeling right now is that we have the policy and so for example, what Trustee Nava Flores was just saying about how do we go about implementing, whether it's training the staff or the curriculum, those are already here in the policy. So I feel like actually we're in a good place as far as the policy as it is with this additional piece, number 4 under teacher and learning that's on here. But the next step would be the administrative regulations that go with the policy, which are usually more detail about how we are going to implement these things. And then for us to also, as I think President Nzewi said, that we can look at specific proposals that we budget and plan for that fit under different parts of this policy, right? One of the things that I was thinking about after last night's town hall as well was who was not in the room. It turns out, it may have been because it was quickly put together, and I'm glad that it happened quickly, but we did not have translation in the room, and we did not have representation by parents who did not speak English last night. And so I'm thinking about a next step. So it's not a change to this policy, but a next step in terms of action to be able to hold similar types of town hall meetings, maybe one that's fully in Spanish, that's in a location and a place where those parents can easily access. And also looking at one in some of the other prevalent languages that we don't often hear from. For example, we have our newcomer Afghan families. If we were to partner with an organization and hold an event like that in Farsi and Dari and Pashto, wouldn't we learn an incredible amount that we haven't been able to hear so far, right? And then I also did want to mention that just for people's knowledge, on the top of the equity policy, when it says original adopted date, those dates are all when CSBA created their model policies. They're not when we adopted them. So CSBA created a sort of model policy on July 1st, 2018, which is what it says at the top. We actually first created our policy 0415 on June 8th, 2020. I remember that because I was there so, and was pushing for it. So just to clarify, this is the progress that we've made so far, was beginning this policy in 2020. And then when Dr. Clark came, beginning to really review and implement it and make it a central piece of what we're doing. So I think we are making progress, but it feels to me that I don't necessarily have a lot of changes to this policy as much as we need to stay focused on it and what those implementation pieces are. But I also want to say thank you for talking about the self-identifying. And are there any changes to the wording of this policy?
I just wanted to know more of like, you kind of answered my question, like how this policy, more about like how can we implement these things? And that being said, with what was mentioned also in the public, education is such an important factor in combating these issues and facing racism and facing discrimination of all forms. So here in teaching and learning, it says stuff about the students, providing district staff and curriculum, but going back to the safety portion, when we're having these ongoing discussions about race, of intersectionality, how can we ensure that students feel safe that the educators teaching these things are also their safety is being met and is being prioritized, because oftentimes, even with my experience with ethnic studies, there are even like individuals that I can't find the word for it, but us believe that the teachings that we're gaining, the knowledge, the strong knowledge that we're gaining from ethnic studies, and again, exploring all forms of identity, exploring our own history, our own selves, our own culture, being connected to that. Sometimes it's like in outside of the community too. I've had interactions where I walk down the street, down the Todos Santos Plaza, and I am like there's individuals that have addressed me and said, and I question what we learn. Like, I can't find the wordings for it, but ensuring that all of these things that we are learning, and when we are learning about like cultural competency, and restorative justice and all of these things, how can we ensure that students are safe and that these educators are also safe? Do you understand? Do you guys understand my question? Yeah.
My one suggestion, and I'm not going to wordsmith it right now, would be that we think about perhaps under the school climate section, adding another item that would address restorative practices within our communities. In workshops that I have attended years ago, many years, whether it was PTA or CSBA, there were comments that if the students were to, what do I want to say, decide on the discipline for their peers, they would be much harsher with their peers than the adults are. So it's important that we learn how to identify restorative practices that will truly be effective, and then welcome back the individual to the group so that they can move forward and be part of the group again. Because when you further alienate someone with a discipline, they are going to continue to be a problem. So for me, adding something here under restorative justice or practices that help not only students but adults as well achieve that restoration would be something to consider.
I really like that idea, and I think that Trustee McFerrin had a really good description of what it is that we were looking for in your board report about what restorative practices look like, and the outcomes that we're looking for. Because I think sometimes people use the word restorative in a very general sense, I suppose, but I know that there is very particular training that we do have staff in our district that have gone through this, but we need more staff to go through it. So I appreciate you, Dr. Clark, talking about that if we have very specific training around restorative practices and how to implement restorative justice, and make sure that those are really implemented with fidelity, because in the end, if it's done right, what the whole community is supposed to feel is that justice has occurred, right? That the perpetrators of the incident have learned from it and have created some level of restitution to not only the victims but to the whole community. So it should be something that's actually visible, what it is that's chosen for them to do, right? But the idea of what that is comes from the victims and from the discussion, if it's done really well and really carefully. So without that really specific training, I think these things can easily go wrong, or what happens in your story and in so many people's story, the students who are the victims and the families of the victims have no idea what happened. So that in my mind, the restorative justice then did not happen in that case and should have, right? Just punishing them and not telling anybody else what happened doesn't bring us to what Trustee Mayo was just saying, where we have to come back together as a community. Can't just keep throwing people out. It's not going to solve the problem.
Just, I've done just a ton of studying in this, and I've talked to folks all over the country, and it really is a comprehensive solution. There needs to be, there needs to be social emotional circle time that happens in every class every day. Well, that's negotiable. We have to negotiate that. We got to negotiate the curriculum. We got to negotiate the time. We as the district, I can't just say, I want you to spend 15 minutes, every morning checking in with students, hearing voice, talking about a topic. And I'm not, I don't want to alert the, folks out there who think we're trying to brainwash kids and things like that. But it's more as teaching us how to be in touch with our emotions, teaching us to have empathy for one another. Like those are things that should be taking place every day in a classroom. Like for 5, 10, 15 minutes, that can take place. That needs to be negotiated. It needs to be worked on. The other thing is the folks who are holding positions, who are in charge of doing these things, counselors, psychologists, behaviorists, they all need to be on the same page on those same things that we're doing in the classroom with the kids. We need to then support that. Then our principals need to, they're in charge of their school sites. They need to ensure that these things are taking place, and that as the leaders of their school sites, that they are advocating for all students and their staff members, their teachers, and other classified staff on the campus. It is imperative that our principals lead this work. The opportunities for training, we have 4 Wednesdays a month. 2 are for the teachers that we can't touch. Another one is generally for school type business things, procedures and processes at schools. And then the other one's it's either going to be on some curriculum focus, which we have a focus on math. So there isn't a whole lot of time during the work week for this training. We could pay stipends for folks to come on weekends. We could pay stipends for folks to come in the evening and get trainings. Again, if you're talking about aligning a budget to this, we could set this up. But I want you to think about a chain. And on a chain, if one of those links comes apart, the whole chain breaks. So if we have staff folks who are coming in on weekends or working on a certification or something around, culturally sensitive or just facts of social emotional learning, and someone's not doing it, right, or not being trained, then it's still not a safe place for students and not a place. What the board has done, you guys have put a document in place that really does set a framework and an expectation for this work to take place. And then what my job is to attempt to implement it, right? And again, these things unfortunately take a lot of time, and sometimes you need sort of these wake up events to say, hey, there's a problem. I want to empower our parents so that our parents are talking to every principal, every teacher, every staff member, saying, where is the social emotional learning that's taking place with my son or daughter or child? Where is that happening? And that we are being directly responsive to our families and to our parents. I've done listening sessions with parents. Unfortunately, I know what they're going to say. I've heard it for hours, and it really comes down to the same thing. But in this culture where we are blaming or putting all the emphasis on one person solving all these problems, it's never going to happen. And that's what we're dealing with right now. We're in this place where, well, it's this person's fault. It's the counselor's responsibility to do this. Well, then the counselor said, well, I have 500 kids on my caseload. I possibly can't do it. But everyone's pushing towards the counselor. It's impossible. Everyone needs to chip in. And what we need is, you know, we've done the work with the policy, and yeah, we could do some wordsmithing on a few things here and there, but there really needs to be a call to action, and the community is going to have to force us to break down these silos that we have set up within these educational organizations. And again, you're absolutely right. This stuff is taking place in every district around. They're banning books. They're having conversations of banning books right next door in one of these districts that, you know, we heard earlier that people want to go to because of money or something. This stuff is happening. And so we are, and I'm not afraid to talk about it and to put it on the agenda, to have these conversations, to have a town hall, to take responsibility for the shortcomings of our programs. I'm putting it on my shoulders as the superintendent. However, I don't have the magic bullet. It is going to take everyone to do this work. And people may get frustrated with that answer, but that's the only way we're going to get it done. And our values are not aligned. And we hear that over and over and over in public comments and in comments that are made and actions that take place. So we need to continue to work on that coherence and aligning our values. I will do my part with the principals, with the students, with district staff, but I need others to step up and come to the table. I've been working with Linda Ortega, and we've been talking, and we've been able to find common ground on many things, on things that we believe in, and I will continue to do that. I will make that commitment to continue to work with Ms. Ortega about some of these things. And my staff is working with other labor partners throughout. So if we each start working with folks, we can make some progress here. So hopefully this is a call to action from our community. And again, I will work full-heartedly with our administrators. There will be, I told them before, there's going to be some changes on how we do things and what the expectations are, and really what we're, you know, how we are getting back to putting students and families first and at the center of all we do. And that restorative process absolutely has to happen. But any changes we're doing in the classroom or to curriculum, that has to be negotiated. And that's something we have to work through. Even if the board directs me to do that, like we still have to make that. It's a change in working conditions.
I just want to share. Oh, go ahead.
For me, I've been unusually quiet tonight, you might notice. When I started school in 1960 at Bel Air, this was going on. When I graduated in 1973 from Pacifica High School, this was going on, but it mostly was going on in West Pittsburgh and nobody really cared that much. My daughters both had it a little tougher because they had to leave Bay Point and go to Mount Diablo High School, where people say, oh, you came from Pittsburgh and you're from that area. And oh, she actually had a friend come to our house and said, oh, your house is really nice. I'm like, what did they think? We live in a hut because we live in West Pittsburgh. That's the reason I sit here today, is because I've made myself fight for these kids. I worked in the district for 22 years. I brought services to the district. I brought parenting classes. I brought a clinic. I brought gardens. I've done everything I can do. And I decided to run for the board and hope I can make a difference. And I finally feel within these last 2 years, we're at least having the conversations. We're having honest conversations, hard conversations to hear. And it's just very sad that we're on the precipice of being so ready to deal with this. We have a country where our kids are seeing an insurrection on the Capitol, on people trying to tear down democracy, and of our legislators coming to fistfights because they can't vote on a leader. So we've got a double problem now. We've got to get past these years of common practice while the rest of the country is falling apart. But I think we can do it. And I think we can be example for the rest of the country, because I don't understand, maybe it's the Sicilian in me, I don't understand the word no.
I just really wanted to also add on to that. With what happened yesterday, and students were and advocates in the community coming out and talking about the measures that we should take for those that committed these actions. What measures will we take to help the victims of these actions? How can, because a lot of the times our experiences are invalidated and dehumanized as if we should, like they said, be brushed under the rug, as if we should just let go of it, that we're exaggerating. So how in this equity policy, but also like in our safety plan, wherever we can take this, how can we help that move to like, how can we help these students move forward, or these individuals to move forward? How can we help them heal? How can we give them these resources, these opportunities to grow from it? And for this not to, for justice to be served, justice to be served.
I think it's that restorative piece.
Yeah, restorative
And,
piece.
and that is the piece that's been missing that we need to make sure that we implement.
Definitely.
And it's already in our policies. So beyond the equity policy, we have policy 5145.9 that's specifically hate motivated behavior. And in that, it does say that as necessary, the district shall provide counseling, guidance, and support to students who are victims of hate motivated behavior and to students who exhibit such behavior. So this is another case where we've already written it at this level, but we need to figure out how to really make
Make it
sure that it's
happen.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. The things that we're doing up here in the district level, are they being met at the ground level? Are they actually
They're
being-
clearly
yeah,
not.
they're clearly
Like, that's why we're here. Like, that's what brought us to this day.
Exactly.
And like Dr. Clark said, like, we needed this, kickstart, whatever, sadly, which is to the detriment of our children. But I think that we get to move forward. I think I hear appetite for coming up, with everyone actually contributed great ideas, including Dr. Clark, because he's got doctor in front of his name. He studied this.
Could I just mention two more?
Yeah.
Two quick ones. Because we're talking about things that take more time and take budgets, to remember that there are, for our educators that do want to do this and for our families that do want to do this, there are free, high quality resources out there that we have shared before. But just two that are kind of relevant right at this moment. One is Masterclass is providing for free a 3-part online class that's called Black History, Freedom, and Love. That's presented by 7 experts on the topic, and it's the tagline is the history you didn't learn in school, past, present, and future. So that's a great resource that's out there right now that's free, that could be used in a classroom or in the home. And then the other one that I think is really valuable, but I have not really seen it come to our district, but it exists, is ing.org. ing.org, which is, we had the executive director of this organization come and speak at a board meeting a couple of years ago. And they are all about educating for multicultural literacy and respect. They are Americans of diverse ethnic and religious backgrounds working together towards peace in our country and around the world. They support educators and trainers with free speakers who will come into your classroom and online curriculum. So just to have a few freebies out there of places people can start if they're looking to start the work in the meantime.
Thank you. So I'm just thinking perhaps there's a lot of work ahead for us, and that it might require like I'd like a roundtable, not this. So I think that's called a study session. As we move into the budget season, that we, schedule a time together to talk just about our funding and our budget and how we can put this to action, and where we take the money from, or where we find the money, or where we find free things, because you're always good for the free 99. Thank you, Trustee Gond. So that would be the direction I give. Thank
Heard
you.
Loud and clear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone who spoke on this today, because I know it's topics like this that can be so painful. It's hard and scary. So thank you. Okay.
It's unclear to some people in our community whether we are voting on this policy again, or if this is the current policy.
The current policy, we didn't make any changes.
Yeah, we didn't make any changes tonight. We adopted this policy. Was it in December or November?
But we haven't renumbered the numbers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, I think. I think the number 4 in blue that was added.
Right.
Just to be clear, we already voted that
That-
one in. Yes.
Yeah, we did vote on
Okay.
that. That exists. You
We just
cannot
didn't fix the
read out
numbering.
loud.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Just let people know. Number 4 under teaching and learning actually exists, and then the numbers should keep going sequentially after that. All right. When do we have to extend the meeting? At 10:30?
We got plenty of time.
I'm like, do I want, like, I'll consent. Do not pull anything off. I know you do. I know there is, yeah. Okay, so we are going to move on to the consent calendar, consent agenda, items under consent. It's late. I mean, we knew this was going to take time today, and we took the time we needed, and I appreciate you all for that. Items listed under consent agenda are considered routine and will be approved, adopted by a single motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. However, any item may be removed from the consent agenda upon the request of any member of the board and acted upon separately. Trustee Mason.
I'd like to pull 15.3.
Oh, yeah, that is a surprise. Mhm. All right. Would anyone like to make a motion for the remaining items?
Madam President, I move we approve the consent agenda, except for item 15.3.
I'll second that.
Trustee Nava Flores?
Yes.
And that passes 5-0 with concurrence from our student trustee. So 15.3 becomes 16.3.
Is now 16.1, correct?
16.1.
Okay, under new hires, we hired a person at El Dorado Middle School who started kindergarten with my daughter, and her name is not Bridget Wetty, it's Bridget Welty. And she's always wanted to be a school secretary. It's a big moment for her. So I told her I would make sure I set the record straight and that the new attendance secretary at El Dorado is Bridget Welty, born and raised in Bay Point. Thank you.
It's always great to have alumni. So we need a motion, or what do we?
It's just,
Yeah, so we need a motion for 16 point, whatever, 1.
well, I would make a motion that we approve it with the change of Bridget Wetty to Bridget Welty.
Second.
Trustee Nava Flores?
Yes.
In case you wonder why this takes time, Laura over there has to now edit what happened because it's not how it was. That passes 5-0 with concurrence from Trustee Nava Flores. All right.
So, Madam President, on this next item, if I may, if I would have known that a third of our elementary leadership was going to be out at 10 o'clock at night, I would have probably asked to move this item up. However, I made a commitment to this board that we would bring information forward. We would operate in a transparent fashion. We do this with our board agenda, with the Friday letter. We do this with with items that we bring to the board. I don't want to bring items forward to the board that are surprising. I want you to have some sort of knowledge about that, and we sometimes talk about that in our one-to-one meetings. This is a topic that is important to our educational leaders, and I put it out to them some time ago that If this is something that you feel will benefit our students and benefit your operations of your school sites, then I'll set up the space for you to come and talk to the board. And just by seeing so many folks in here tonight, that this is something that's important. I'm wondering who's the spokesperson going to be after Ms. Sachs. So Ms. Sachs, take it away. I'll be quiet because I know these folks gotta get to sleep, but I know that this is important. Otherwise, they wouldn't be out so late at night.
Absolutely. So thank you everyone for your attention. I know it's late and we've got individuals in the audience. Actually, they surprised me. I was not actually expecting a whole crew. So I just want to really recognize the principals as well as the teachers in the audience that came this evening to talk about this informational item, which is expanding out the curriculum associates contract. And of course, we're always going to want to start with our why, and we wanted to ground it with our local control accountability plan and the goals, which actually have been mentioned quite a few times tonight, not even just by our superintendent, but also by members of the public. This item really fits within a couple of the different actions under goal 1. The curriculum associates contract right now is being utilized as a diagnostic for grades 1st through 3rd, as well as a metric that is provided to our emerging bilingual students in order to help them be reclassified as they go through our grade levels. It gives them multiple opportunities. It's a resource that allows us to focus on standards-based instruction, providing scaffolds. It's part of our multi-tiered systems of support to allow an adaptive way in order for our students to show mastery on standards. It's also incorporated within an extended learning program. And so we're currently using it again as a diagnostic, but really we're here tonight to inform the board and how we would like to utilize it and bring back instructional modules, which have actually been missed, especially as our students have returned after a very, very challenging pandemic. Under LCAP goal 4, and I'm not going to read this whole thing, but our focal scholars goal really focuses on our African-American students, our students experiencing homelessness, as well as our foster youth, and really our ability to focus in to make sure we have instructional scaffolds and understanding the data and where they are succeeding and where they need additional support really falls under action 4.1 and 4.3 with regards to specialized supports for families, making sure under a new reality with our one-to-one devices that we actually have this resource available before, after school, intersession, summer school, as well as throughout our after school programs. Just as a side note, I know our CCEE friends that were here earlier really spoke about one of the areas that they were very impressed with of Mount Diablo is that we were trying to get our diagnostic house in order. And we kind of went from massive assessments across the board, you know, at grade levels giving 4 to 5 to 6 different types of assessments. Now we've limited it, but we also have quite a plethora and our opportunity to scale it down. We actually have fragmented quite a bit at the elementary level. So again, this is our attempt tonight to share information with you on what we are looking at for the future and what we'd like you to know about plans for this in the event the board does approve this contract at a future board meeting. So that being said, I'm going to call up Celeste. Thank you, Celeste, for being here. And please, each of you, whoever is speaking, please introduce yourself and what school site you're representing.
Good evening, Celeste Kitts from Red Avenue. I'm not going to go bullet by bullet, and I may repeat some of what Jen just said, but please bear with me. Based on the ongoing review and work we are doing with the CCEE and the March 21st SIR report, we have flushed out the need for a consistent diagnostic and instructional component in reading and math to be used in all elementary grade levels. Currently, we use iReady for grades 1 through 3 and the FIAB for reading and math. After trying different interim assessments over the past 3 years and collecting feedback from many site administrators and principals, we are proposing expanding the diagnostic iReady to all grades K through 5 and adding the instructional models. As a current member of the CCEE task force, we have focused on a specific data protocol using 3 different assessments and/or diagnostics spanning K-5. The analysis was quite challenging due to the lack of consistent data. That's why we're proposing both pieces. Thank you.
Thank you. So moving on to the next slide. So at first we thought, is this kind of fragmented? Is it just 1 or 2 of us who are thinking iReady might be important? So we put out a survey to all of the elementary, sorry, I didn't know I was supposed to do that. So we put out a survey to all of our elementary administrators and said, hey, what are you currently doing? Are you using iReady other than what the board is already providing to us? Do you want to use iReady? If you're not using iReady, why are you not using iReady? And the results were very fascinating. It turned out actually 21 of our elementary sites were either using site-based funds or PTA, PFC funds in order to support additional portions of the iReady diagnostics and instructional components. And of those schools, 30 out of 30 administrators responded back to the survey that yes, their school would be interested in continuing on with expanded iReady for their students if they could at least get partial funding from the school board, because it's not a cheap program and it's difficult to fund at the school site level. The next thing that we wanted to talk about is why do we think it's important that we not only have the diagnostic, but move back into using the instructional, it's late, instructional modules. So thank you again. My target audience is usually 12 and under. They don't like our words. So why do we feel that now is the time for this move? Well, we're still feeling and will continue to still feel the loss of learning that we suffered through the pandemic. And as an elementary team, we've been focused very hard on trying to accelerate our learning with all of our students and being extremely standards-based so that we don't continue to build a gap for students that we're trying to catch up here and there. We need to make sure they're receiving that high quality tier 1 instruction from their teacher all day long. But we still have pieces that we need to build in. And those of us who have been able to use the instructional modules are finding that they are extremely successful for our students, especially when we're able to integrate them into our classroom small groups, where we can keep our students focused on very targeted items that they need to work on, or even that they are able to use them as they will at home or over the break. Some kids do them because they love them. With the expanded learning opportunities across the district and the expansion of our technology program across the district, a lot of the items that got in our way in the past, especially the availability of technology within our schools, that's no longer an issue, and we're finding that the program is really helping and being very beneficial for our students. We reached out to teachers, and we had a few teachers that were coming tonight to share with us. Unfortunately, they're not all here now, but we have some stand-ins. Here, I'll press the button. Look, I learned.
Good evening. My name is Katie Sanchez. I'm the principal at Mount Dial Elementary. I recognize all of you. Forgive me, I'm going to be reading from a paper. I am speaking for one of my second grade teachers, Miss Colleen Van Oetreve. I was so disappointed to not have iReady lessons this year. They are such a valuable tool in my teacher toolbox. iReady Diagnostics gives me an accurate snapshot of where my students are overall, as well as within each individual strand. This is so useful in guiding my instruction, and it saves me hours of administering and correcting pen and paper assessments. Once I have the data, iReady provides me with next steps in instruction. In addition, I can quickly and easily make differentiated groups for reading and math lessons. iReady makes me a better teacher. By having differentiated groups created by using iReady data, I am able to meet the children where they are. I am able to accelerate learning for those that are ready and provide intervention to those that need it. These are the best teaching practices. Right now, we don't have iReady lessons. That means that I need to come up with activities for the other children to do while I'm teaching small groups. So many times I've wished those other children could be on iReady lessons. I know the lessons are leveled for each individual student, and the children love them. Being able to teach small groups while knowing that the rest of the class is receiving focused, appropriate instruction in the grade level standards would be amazing. With iReady, I could do just that. Regular diagnostic testing allows me to diagnose and respond to students' ongoing needs and make adjustments to my small groups on a regular basis. I know that iReady provides rigorous instruction and has been proven to improve students' knowledge base and test scores. Having iReady assessments and lessons is the best way to meet the needs of all learners, provide proven instruction, and be sure that I am using best teacher practices every day. Sincerely, Colleen Van Otreve. I thank you for your time.
Who knew that the clicker was going to be the most challenging thing on this entire? Come on up, I suppose.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Moses. I've been teaching for 17 years in MDUSD, the last 14 at Rio Vista, all in 5th grade. In all that time, I've never had such a discrepancy in student abilities. I had more than one student this year come to me scoring at kindergarten level, and then more than one at 5th grade level. The strains on teachers right now to differentiate, modify, and scaffold have increased along with our burden and our stress level. And we need some help, and iReady does that. First, diagnosing student skills is obviously critical, and iReady really helps with that. The diagnostic assessments in math and reading, which are designed to be similar to the state testing, offer an easy to understand look into where a student's skills are in reading and math. They offer an overall score and a breakdown in 4 math domains and 6 reading domains, including suggestions for specific skills to work on. Further, I find the diagnostics to be really incredibly helpful to parents who are unfamiliar with the granular focus of modern education. I can tell them that their child is scoring at around a 4th grade level of reading, and that makes a lot of sense, helping them and us see the big picture in the student's abilities. After the diagnostic tests, iReady provides independent and differentiated instruction at each student's individual level, which is the task as challenging and necessary as it's ever been in my time as a teacher. To be able to have time during the day where everyone gets instruction at their particular level is profound. And furthermore, since the instruction is independent and online, I can use this time for small group instruction. And it's easier for me to hold the other students accountable since I can easily check to ensure that they have been on task through the reports that iReady provides. Saying children love the lessons might be a stretch, but especially my low-level students who struggle with 5th grade work, they find something to be proud of as they pass lesson after lesson and see their diagnostic scores go up and up. It greatly edifies their self-esteem and the belief in their ability to learn, because iReady does an excellent job of making lessons accessible to all students. Further, the nature of the program makes it very easy to offer rewards. Oh, you passed the lesson? Great, write your name on the board. I'll check off a box on your iReady prize card. Oh, you got 100%? Let's make it 2 boxes. You've completed 10 boxes on your prize card? Pick a prize. Oh, you improved your diagnostic score? Great job, more prizes. If students are intrinsically motivated by the diagnostics or the lessons, we have our tricks. For about 20 to 30 minutes a day, iReady gives students and teachers much needed support in our battle to close the gap. It's not busy work. It's not, hey, everyone do this word search or basic assignment you won't need help with so that I can pull a small group. It's meaningful, it's edifying, and it's a support I find invaluable. Thank you.
Valhalla representative? And you? Is that you?
Where am I right now? So I'm going to share the testimony by Miss Austin, and she's at Valhalla Elementary School. Let me back up. My name is Mignon Perkins. I'm the principal at Valle Verde, proud principal of Valle Verde Elementary School. And I'm going to share the testimony by Miss Austin, a teacher at Valhalla Elementary School. In previous years, I had concerns with iReady. However, now that our school district has streamlined and supported our one-to-one Chromebook program and updated our Wi-Fi accessibility, I have been using iReady with great consistency in our classroom. Our school purchased iReady, and this individualized program has really helped my students to become more independent thinkers, build their confidence, and challenge them, especially due to the pandemic. Just this year, I have had 16 students who have made considerable grade level gains in just the past 4 months alone in Math iReady. iReady is an essential ELA and math program with just-in-time scaffolding that helps students get up to grade level and make growth on mastering grade level standards. iReady has also helped me plan for and facilitate small group intervention. Access to the iReady Teacher Toolkit would provide further lessons and teaching tools for those students who are reaching for grade level standards. I appreciate the school board's consideration to purchase iReady for our school and all schools within MDUSD. Again, this is Erica Austin, Valhalla Elementary teacher.
I don't think you want me to play with this. Please. I'm serious. It is. I'm Jenny Vargas, principal of Sunrise Seek, and I am sharing Mrs. Rojas, who is a bilingual educator at Ignacio Valley Elementary statement. I am a fifth grade dual language teacher in MDUSD, and I am a strong believer in iReady. I have seen firsthand the benefits that come from using iReady in my classroom. The program is carefully designed for the individual student and guides them in a way that is accessible to them at their own pace. The students enjoy the lessons and are able to keep track of their progress throughout the lessons they complete. I strongly believe that we should have iReady in all of our classrooms, and especially the expansion of iReady in Spanish for the dual language program. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Katie Kuntz. I'm from Gregory Gardens. So we know everyone has the option of like, why this one? Why not a lower cost option? We do acknowledge that. However, the iReady platform is comprehensive, supporting the needs of elementary students in a post-pandemic environment. We're so lucky enough to have the one-to-one Chromebooks. This makes it super easy for students to have access before school, after school, during cares, and in the classroom. We don't need to reiterate all the reasons why we enjoy it. And currently right now in our world with our budget, this is the most well-rounded option for all of our students.
So again, I want to thank everybody for sharing either somebody else's testimonial or your own experiences with the program itself. Next steps to fidelity and access. If this is something that comes to fruition, what's going to be different this go around? Well, of course, the technology is going to be different. We're now one-on-one, or our structure and our infrastructure is one where we know it can be supportive. Even with our youngest learners, they're much more, they can adapt to the technology because of their experiences over the past couple of years. The data analysis will certainly allow us to be more aligned and coherent than utilizing 3 different assessments at each elementary school. So when we do talk with our CCE friends and they utilize the protocols, they're not having to together 3 different ones because we do not have common data points. We're able to use the reports in order to have our director of elementary school support administrator, Erin DiMartini, thanks for being here, as well as our director of English learner and dual language support in order to monitor student progress, which of course is incredibly important. We do want to streamline the other supplemental programs that we have in order to make sure that we're making very clear decisions with regards to the time and effort we're putting into different training, differentiated professional development for sites, and incorporate the programs and lessons for before school, after school intercession. We have just blown the doors off with our expanded learning opportunities program, which also means we're partnering with folks such as like Diana Dare or the Concord Youth Center. And so making sure that they also are aware of this resource so they can encourage their the scholars that are involved in their program to access it is also really important. I just do want to clarify 2 things that have popped up in different emails to myself as well as Dr. Wendy Aguili. One of them was whether or not this has a text-to-speech type of support, and the answer is yes. The other area that seems to be needing some clarification has to do with this being a dyslexia screener. I want to be really clear, and I was on the record at our last dyslexia task force meeting when it was asked, is this what we're using to assess and provide screening for the entire district as we move forward in order to meet state law? The answer is this is one data point. This is not a deep specific dyslexia screener that we have landed on. We are actually exploring other tools in order to utilize that. And I really want to appreciate Dr. Kathy Futterman and her work in that, because she has been very helpful in helping the team identify screeners that would really fit Mount Diablo's context. So again, those are 2 things that have popped up that I do want to make sure that I had an opportunity to add. So again, thank you very much. And just let the public to know the resource that we're utilizing or we're hoping to use to pay for the contract would be the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, which actually is a one-time grant that we are receiving to spend over several years, which is really targeted to support our scholars in helping them with learning acceleration. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Who would like to go first? Trustee McFerrin. Oh. Public comment, sorry. Michael Schneider.
Long, busy night. May have to take a pause. Oh. My concerns with this program remains as it has for 5 years when I first came across it. They collect personal and educational data for one student group, low income. Students and parents and guardians of low income. This includes names, address, email address, phone, and just to name a few. Why? What kind of research are they doing with this data? Has the equity department reviewed this? Does this sound like a company that is aligned with our LCAP safety or equity goals? There is no supporting data or proof that it actually improves test scores on the reading claims of the CAS scores. The contract states if you have a lawsuit, you must file in Massachusetts. If you win that lawsuit, your monetary reward is the cost of the license. This is including data breaches. If they go bankrupt or sold to another company, the data is free to go to any one that they so choose. They only cover 2 of the privacy laws in California in their license agreement. They give discounts to the product to teachers that leave favorable reviews. Independent reviews show only a 2-star rating with community. Some of the 60+ non-compliant data issues are not intended for children under 13, unclear whether intended for teens, unclear whether intended for adults over 18. Personally identified information is collected, unclear where the product, it goes on and on and on. Out of a score of 100, 35% on individual control of the data, 69% on school purpose following student data and privacy laws, 65% on ads and tracking, 60% data safety, promoting responsible use. This isn't even on the clearinghouse. This doesn't even qualify for Title I funding as what is required in many of our programs for evidence-based. This is a highly controversial program. If you go to commonsense.org, type it in, look at the security, download that report. I have submitted it over and over. They have made improvements. But those improvements, and no matter how good this program is, to target low-income students only, it's a no-go. There's other options, 25 other options that are better. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to extend the meeting to 11.
Can I second that?
No, somebody needs to move it.
I would like to amend the motion to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Yes. Oh, sorry. You know.
Trustee Nova Flores.
Yes.
Oh, should we do a voice vote? Okay, sorry. Trustee Count.
Yes.
Trustee Mayo.
Yes.
Trustee McFerrin.
Yes.
Trustee Mason.
Yep.
And I will vote yes. I know, no, well, I'll go with the team, but we're gonna work. Come on. Rachel Levy. Thank you. Thank you. All right, trustees. Did you, you don't need to take it, you just need to submit the card. So Councilwoman Holly Tillman.
Holly Tillman. Thank you. Trustees, really quickly. I just have a question about the survey that went out, and hopefully somebody can answer that. I think it said when surveyed, 30 out of 30 elementary sites responded yes when asked the question. And I'm curious if that was the only question that was asked, or were they also asked if they preferred another tool besides iReady and what the response to that was? And then just a comment, and that was my concern in hearing that there are prizes being given out as people are going through the modules. I would caution against that, just because I think it'd be demoralizing for students who are going through it slower and receiving less prizes. I think there's probably a better way to do that. And so that's it. Thank you.
All right. What was the question? Oh, if that was the only survey question, were they asked if there was anything else?
Yeah, actually, the survey had probably about 12 to 14 different questions. Everything from, there was a comment where they were listing other things that they were utilizing. Questions around, would you utilize this only for emerging bilingual students? Would this be something that you would, as we mentioned, be interested in if the board did agree in order to help support the contracts itself? Is this something that, who is helping you fund it, PTA or school site council, which again, school site councils have teachers as well as the administrator, as well as the parents. So it was a fairly in-depth survey. And I think actually the team itself was very surprised when not only 21 out of the 30 were spending their own site dollars on it, but actually this came up at a parent advisory committee in the fall. And the parents were concerned that this was not an equitable practice, that we allowed some of the sites in the room to have access to this tool, and then other sites were not. And that really had to do with the fact that maybe some sites were quite a bit smaller and they did not have the budget in order to help support it. So long answer to the question is yes, there was quite a few questions on the survey.
What's the other option?
There were other options being looked at. Some of the sites are using Dibbles, let's say, and when asked the question whether or not they would want to use iReady, the answer was yes, they would want iReady as well, because Dibbles was more of a deep dive, a one-on-one assessment with the little ones, mostly K1 and 2. Often 3 in particular circumstances. Other ones said, yes, they would still want to utilize it, but they still wanted to continue with, let's say, accelerated reader, AR, because they felt like that was something that they could really utilize with fluency and with some other items. Some of the schools were also investigating, off the top of my head, possibly IXL, and they still felt that with proper support that they would want to supplement with the iReady, just simply because it has the diagnostic, it's got the instructional modules, and it was ones what the teacher were able to utilize for their scaffolding in the classroom. So those were some of the other ones that were specifically mentioned off the top of my head.
Trustees. We can ask questions, right? Or
I'll be really brief. I just want to thank everyone for coming out so late and sharing with us how this program is helpful to you at your school sites. I do absolutely see the value in differentiated lessons that are easily accessible. I used iReady the 1 year that I taught ALD at Mount. I didn't receive any training on it, so it was a little bit hard to get through. So I liked seeing that there would be professional development on it. So I just wanted to provide that feedback.
Are you ready for my comments? Okay. I appreciate the question from council member parent Holly Tillman about whether other tools have been considered, because it seems like the survey was very specific to if you were offered iReady, would you want it or not? And it was funded. So to me, that's not really a full study of all the options that are out there. iReady is something that we've used for 8 years now. And my experience as a parent and as a school board member, I have to say, has been extremely disappointing. As a parent, I've heard that iReady has improved, but to me, it seemed like a lot of time that I watched my kids be required to spend on this tool. That was all a complete waste of time in my particular case. I give the famous example of the penguins jumping off the diving board. I don't know if that one's still in there, but this is in the math module. Before you can even do the math problem, you have to watch this whole story of these penguins that are going to jump off a diving board and then slowly watch each one bounce, bounce, bounce. Oh, I see some nodding in the audience. Okay, you're familiar with this one. And then it bounces. Then finally you can do the math problem, right? So when teachers are assigning this, not only as an assessment, but also as hours and hours of lessons, both in class and at home, to us as parents, that does not feel like adequate teaching, shall we say. Which is why we went to, let's just use this only as assessment and only in the places where it's needed. So I am surprised to see people wanting it back as lessons for that reason. I have to say, I'm also surprised to see this coming to us now because we have a school, well, we have many schools that struggle to teach kids to read, but we have in particular a school that was identified as one of the lowest levels of reading in the state, and therefore it qualified for funding, right? For the literacy block grant. So Bel Air has this funding and is it's the early literacy support block grant, and they have presented to us. And my understanding is that the early literacy support block grant includes Bel Air and 70 schools from school districts across the state, including locally here, Pittsburgh, Oakland, West Contra. This early literacy support block grant uses and recommends to all 70 schools to use DIBELS to monitor and benchmark literacy growth in the early grades. And they require that they report this to the board annually, so we should be receiving another report from them soon. My understanding from them when I've gone out to visit and spoken with them about how it's going is that the first implementation of DIBELS that they used was paper and pencil, and so it was very time intensive. They needed to have extra staff come in to be able to do those assessments and run all of the kids through the assessments. It's not something you'd want to place on a single teacher to do. But in further exploration, I've realized that actually there is a digital version of this. And San Ramon, in fact, has implemented it, and it's called M-Class. And it is a digital version of DIBELS. Takes like 1 minute to do. The company that provides that, Amplify, does have many of, if not all of the different characteristics that all of you have expressed is what you value about iReady, right? You value your time, your teacher in classroom time. You value being able to put people quickly into small groups. You value being able to figure out their level and get information about literacy, right? But there's something that M-Class DIBELS has that iReady doesn't have. And that's why this early literacy block grant support has been using DIBELS. It's because they actually measure and give you results for phonological awareness, for all the things that have to do with being able to hear different sounds and phonics, which is part of the science of reading, which is part of the whole thing that we've as a nation have been learning, and particularly as a state have been learning, is what we've been doing wrong all these years in teaching kids to read. So we have this treasure of a resource, the Early Literacy Support Block Grant. We have Bel Air piloting this. We have them talking about how DIBELS is providing this crucial information that then gives the teachers exactly what they need to be able to properly teach kids to read in a school district where we have been failing in teaching our kids to read. So to me, if I'm going to look at something that's going to be district-wide, and require it of all schools. And by the way, on the last slide, when it said, we're then going to remove the other, begin limiting the supplemental programs being used to address the areas built into iReady, to me, that says you'll require everyone to use iReady and therefore not Dibbles, and not any of the other types of programs out there. That feels like monopoly from a for-profit company that we've been spending a lot of money, paying a lot of money to for years now without results. When I look at Bel Air's iReady scores, and then I look at their CASP scores, they don't line up. For multiple years since I've been on this board, we have had presentations by these schools showing beautiful graphs of iReady increases that go like this. And then you look at that same school CASP scores, and that is not the case. And it's been going on for years. So I do not understand why. I feel like it's the definition of insanity. We are trying to use the same tool that has failed us for so many years. So I think before we make any decision about a district-wide plan, especially something that we're going to require of all schools, we need to actually research all of the options. And to the point of our community member who spoke, we need to actually compare what the tools are that are out there. There are some excellent tools. San Ramon has put M-Class as their tool for MTSS that does all of the things that you're talking about, only it is specifically focused on the science of reading. So why have we not piloted that? Actually, oh, I'm sorry, there is a pilot. Bel Air is piloting that in April and May through their literacy support grant. So why would we not watch and wait to see what their results are? Maybe even let a few other schools pilot that as well. Not require them to do iReady at the same time, because that's a heck of a lot of assessments for one kid, right? And then compare at the end of next year, perhaps. The schools that love iReady, go ahead, you use iReady. Well, let's fund you to do that. And let's fund the other half of the schools to do M-Class. And then let's figure out what happens from there. The other piece of information that I have is that Decoding Dyslexia has looked at the M-Class Dibbles dyslexia screener. And that is the one that they recommend. iReady has what they call a dyslexia screener that is brand new, that has not been validated and verified to my knowledge. So why, again, why do we feel connected to this for? Hold on, I'm almost done. So the other piece that I'm very concerned about is the quality of Spanish language. So when I look at M-Class, and what I've heard about M-Class is that their dyslexia screener that's in Spanish is very high quality. Decoding Dyslexia says so. And when you look at M-Class in the Spanish language version, it was developed with a team of experts representing a range of regions from Mexico, Central America, South America, along with the focus groups, right? So its Spanish language is supposed to be very good. In contrast, I've heard that iReady's is severely lacking, and that in fact, it maybe their dyslexia screener Spanish piece is a completely different product than the English one. So again, I'm shocked that we would decide to tell all schools when we have this exciting possibility that we're learning from. I thought we would learn from what happened at Bel Air and expand that district-wide. Whatever they learn from and are showing success from, that actually is the science of reading training and professional development that we've been providing, and a dyslexia screener that is fully adequate and proven. Why would that not be the direction that we're going? And then similarly with math, if we're going to get rid of the supplemental programs, to me, that says we're going to get rid of bridges. Is that true? Because there are 2 school sites that use Bridges math right now, and they love it. As far as I can hear, they've gotten very good results, Walnut Acres and Sun Terrace. And that has its own assessments, and you don't need an extra iReady on top of that. I would be surprised that they would feel the need to add additional testing for their kids. I think that's all I have to say.
I have a question that kind of piggybacks. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moses, for saying maybe all kids aren't that like excited to use it. Because my memory of iReady in my house was much like Trustee Khan's, like, what in the world are you doing and having to spend so much time? And so it was 2 things. There was no parent education on what was the point of this. Because to me, it was busy work. Like she just had to do these things over and over and over again. And I only learned from my daughter that it grew with her. Like I didn't learn that from her teacher. That came from my daughter, and I feel like it should have come from the teacher. So I would want to know, I don't see it on this last slide 12. I would want to know what the parent education plan is and parent engagement. And then the evaluation, because so it was really exciting last month at the Focal Student Awards to see like the student growth, right? Like from whatever their baseline from the beginning of the year of iReady to then. I personally don't know what that means, but it was like super impressive. They were big numbers. It was really cool. The children were so proud and so happy. But I know iReady is not new, and our students, in this case, it was the focal scholars who are the Black students. It hasn't, as far as I can tell, shown an improvement in our CAS scores, in our dashboard, if we've used it for all of these years before. So what would be different now that if we see improvement because of their iReady lessons, that's going to translate to actual demonstration of knowledge? Like, what are we doing differently? How are we engaging parents again? And how will we evaluate?
I think that's a great point that you bring about the Focal Scholar Night, that it looked like there was wonderful things that we're celebrating. Somebody went from 50 to 500 on iReady. What does that mean? As a parent, I don't know what that means. And when I asked why we chose to use iReady when we could have used some other things to show that night, the answer was parents know iReady. They're so familiar with it, so we thought that would be the best choice. But I'm a parent, and if I ask another parent, what does that mean that my kid went from 50 to 500 or whatever the number is? It's not telling you anything, right? So, for example, in math, when there was no adequate curriculum for my children who were beyond grade level in math, and one wants to major in it potentially in college, we used Khan Academy, which, by the way, is free. Okay. And I've heard that there are teachers in our district that use Khan Academy, and that there is a version of Khan Academy that can be used with the dashboard and all that kind of information that you're talking about. There are schools that use it that way, and it gives you all of the information. And it's a nonprofit organization. Dibbles came out of a university site, so that's also kind of coming from the nonprofit world. It's not a company that's trying to profit off of us, right? So if we do have some school sites that are using something like Khan Academy, are we going to tell them to stop and they should only use iReady because we want to use that across the board? I haven't heard about how it's going. I've just heard that there are some teachers that use Khan Academy. I don't know if they've been able to pilot using the full dashboard. that looks like an iReady dashboard where you can see all the students and the different skills that they know. What I do know about Khan Academy is that as a parent, it gave me way more information than iReady. At any moment, I didn't have to wait till the end of the quarter for the teacher to print out some color thing that told me that they passed grade level. On Khan Academy, every day I could see, and my own student could see for themselves where they were on the grade level and within the topics within the grade level. And they led their own learning. That's how my kids learned math in this district. They went on Khan Academy, they led their own learning, and they just kept going to the next grade level, the computer programming, whatever else there is, it's all free. And you can add a coach so that your teacher can see your progress. So why is that not something that we have compared? We're not even having these conversations. The only presentations I have seen for 5 years now, 4.5, that I've been on this board are iReady, yes or no. I don't think that's an adequate way for us to make this decision.
So if I may, I think the team has heard questions. This is why we bring things for info and you know, and I know we heard of 2 schools, Walnut Acres and Sun Terrace, who are using something else. And I know we heard of Trustee Cowan shared her experience with her daughter, who's a National Merit Scholar. And so I think what we're saying is we need to bring back data and information, and you can email that to me and I will take that information and disseminate it to all the board members evenly and go from there. But that's why we bring these items forward, to get the temperature of the board and what they're feeling about them and questions that they have. And then we respond to those questions. So either someone was taking copious notes or we can watch the video when it'll be uploaded. We got our high level team over here. That thing will be uploaded in no time. We can go back and watch the video, get those things responded and send that information to me. I'll disseminate it out. It gets posted. It gets posted with our agenda, and we can have some of those questions asked. And to the other trustees, I know it's late. If you have, if
It sounds like Dr. Clark is saying, Ms. Sachs, that you don't have to respond.
I believe we will be responding back,
Yeah.
provide
It was a
answers to the
lot, right?
question.
I know, I'm
No.
just like, no, I totally understand.
No, I just want to thank you for your time and attention. And I
Yeah.
think the questions were very well stated. We have a team here that has a lot of experience. So could absolutely answer just about every single question that you threw out, but we will make sure that we're thoughtful about our responses and make sure they get back to you. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all the educators who stayed all night.
Thank you, and apologies for keeping you up.
Sleep,
Next presentation.
sleep well. 18.3. Okay, we're gonna make 11 o'clock, you all. 18.3. 18.2.
We're not skipping.
No,
these.
sorry.
Don't worry, I'll be brief. So Dr. Clark appreciates my brevity, so.
Ray, I mean, Dr. Chenoweth, I want you to break down the data and tell us what's in those SARC plans and everything.
So I'm just bringing forth review and potential approval of the 2021-22 School Accountability Report cards, the SARCs. So the SARCs in general provides background information about the school and its students, summarizes the school's missions, goals, and accomplishments. In addition, by state law, the SARC contains demographic data, school safety, and climate for learning information, academic data, school completion rates, class sizes, teacher and staff information, curriculum and instruction descriptions, post-secondary preparation information, and fiscal expenditure data. So the SARCs are also provided out so that parents and community with important information about each school. The SARC can be an effective way for a school to report on its progress in achieving goals. The public may also use a SARC to evaluate and compare schools on a variety of indicators. With these SARCs, we post them and they are available on our district website with our accountability, and it's kind of grouped with our SIPSAs and our LCAP, and we make them very transparent. So I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
We have one public comment.
Sure. Oh.
So Willie Muss.
First of all, I want to commend the discussion on iReady. Those who know me, I've been probably the first critic of iReady program since it came here. When it comes to African American students, iReady program have gotten no one ready for anything. Their data has not improved one iota. Just like we said, when you look at the California data quest site, indeed compare their data, it's flawed. But anyway, so I've been the biggest critic of that, and I think that I go along with you, board member. I mean, everything that you said, I agree with 100%. So there were 3 schools that were part of this item here. One of them was Diablo View Middle. In the report, it says it was recognized in 2017 as a California Gold Ribbon School. What does that mean? And is this particular school at this particular time in our history still recognized as a gold ribbon school? And if it is, then somebody's lying. Can I answer that question? Is this school still recognized as a California Gold Ribbon School? And what is a gold ribbon school anyway? So can I get that answered, President Zoe?
I can get you that answer, but I know that the gold ribbon schools was a shift that the CDE took some years back, right? Huh? No. It's gold ribbon. Yeah, it's gold ribbon. Yes, right. Yeah, it was basically the California Distinguished Schools. California Distinguished Schools really can be, so you tested me, but no, California Distinguished Schools, the knock on them, as many people say, that it's really determined by the zip code and the wealth of a particular community. That's the knock on it. The gold ribbon schools was a test, an alternative to that, where they looked at things more holistically. They looked at the total school programs that were offered and the exemplary achievement in those programs. And it wasn't just the academics, it was a little bit of everything. So just like, once you're recognized as one of those schools, you put the flag up, you put the painting out, and you're that school, but you're only that school for that year. But and then the next year, another designation comes out.
Well, I doubt they'll come out again like that.
Yeah. Yes.
I know that you can't hear it.
Madam President, I move to approve the 21-22 school accountability report cards.
Trustee Nava Flores.
Yes.
You did too?
Yeah. All right.
But I vote trustee.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. That passes 5-0 with concurrence from Trustee Nava Flores. 18.3 now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
So the district is amending our December 14th, 2022 sunshining for our collective bargaining proposal to Teamsters to include additional articles. Those articles specifically Article 1, 9, 24, 32, and 33. We ask that you move to approve the sunshine of these articles, and I'm here to answer any questions if you have it.
I would make a motion to approve the Mount Diablo Unified School District Sunshine proposal for the 2023-2026 successor contract to the Teamsters Local 856 for the successors contract to MDUSC.
Trustee Nava Flores.
Thank you.
Passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay. 18.4, review and potential approval of elementary, middle, high school educational specifications and district standards. Everybody's tired. Everybody's gone. Great. Thank you for hanging in there, Dr. Gonzalez.
Absolutely. Clicker. So what we're bringing you this evening is the end of about a 5 to 6 month process on educational standards and district or educational specifications and district standards. And there are 4 of us that were really sort of trying to lead this entire process, covering multiple departments, and includes Melanie Kozlow, who's not here this evening, and Jen Sachs, as well as Mr. Sidford, who is behind me. And so what we're going to do is I'm going to give you just a tad bit of history to frame where we've been, take a look at what they are, why we need them, the process that we used, and then we're going to explain what happens next. And so where have we been? Back in 2018, the voters approved Measure J. After they approved Measure J, there was a facility visioning was taking place about the same time. Many of you were here. I've just heard a lot about it. But what happened with that facility visioning was the architects at the time went and they talked to every single school community in the district, and everybody got to put everything they wanted on a wish list. And that wish list sort of became a plan that we then sort of dialed back and said, really, it was just a visioning process. But what they did at the time was they put a $1.2 million price tag on. I thought it sounded.
All the batteries died right before you came in. So. Yeah, exactly.
I know that feeling. So what we really want to let you know is that this is not just about Measure J. This is really about a number of funding sources. And we've worked really hard over the last year to try to multi-fund wherever we could to stretch our funds as far as they can go. And this is the foundation that we need to start putting projects into the state reimbursement program so that we can start getting that 60 cents on the dollar back from these projects. So as you'll remember, about a year ago, we went through some project planning and we went through some implementation and we gathered a whole lot of data. And we came up with a prioritization plan that looks pretty much like this. And for those of you in the community that are letting us know that the coloring on this is rough, we have heard you. We are going to be replicating this because we know that some people have a difficult time with this. I just wanted to put that out there. And so what we basically said, we're in phase 1 right now, and we've been taking a look at LED lighting. We've been taking a look at some roof replacements. We've been looking at HVAC in the MUs at the middle schools, and we're rolling out Valley View as our first prototype and then scaling that across the district. But we're kind of stuck in this place where if we want to get into the state reimbursements, we really have to have educational specifications and district standards. And so that's really what this entire project was about. So I'm going to pass the microphone to Mr. Sidford. But before I do that, I just want to let you know that there are 2 large attachments that took an awful lot of time to get finished. And we're going to explain that process. But those are really what we're bringing forward tonight for discussion and for your approval.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. So what are, I'm going to have to multitask with my hands here. Oh, Nope, somebody got me. Thank you. Appreciate that. So what are educational specifications? I'm obviously not going to read through that slide, but basically I wanted to just sort of, outline what an ed spec is really by saying it's really a broad statement about what the spaces in our buildings need to do. It's really, what are those spaces? What do we envision happening in those spaces, whether those are educational spaces or for other purposes that we utilize in schools. So it's really that broad, clear statement of that purpose. And really that bottom line there is really where it's the most important for us at this point, which is we will provide these to architects to help us when we either design new schools, which of course we're not doing at this point, or modernizing existing schools, which is what we're talking about here. So that's really the overarching purpose of an ed spec. What they are not, and I think it's important to clarify what they don't do and are not intended to do, because other things do these things. They're not a detailed design or specification for these spaces. So they're not construction specifications. They're also not a master plan for prioritizing our work. That's a different process. These are simply that broad statement of what our spaces need to do in our buildings. And they are not used alone in planning modernizations. They're just a statement about what the spaces are. So what are district standards? District standards are separate but related strongly to the ed specs. Basically, what the ed spec document does is this includes a broad statement on district standards as well, which outlines a consistent approach when we plan projects. So basically there, if you look at, say, that second example down, this is a statement of a standard that we would expect to be happening in spaces in our schools, but it's not a clear, this is exactly how you would do it. It's just a statement that that's an important piece of what we want to have happen in these spaces. And then finally, for me, why are ed specs needed? Dr. Gonzalez mentioned that these are required for applying for reimbursement through various, state modernization matching funds, other programs like that. But we also need to make sure that we're clearly and transparently stating our priorities for our buildings to our community, so that it's something that we're really clear on exactly what these spaces are intended to be. And finally, and I sort of touched on this already, architects really need these so that it creates that initial conversation with architects to be able to guide their work, so that we can make sure that we get what we want when we approach an architect to design a space or something for the space. From my perspective, obviously designing a network requires what are we going to do with this space. So when we provide that to network architects, that will give them guidelines on what we're expecting to have happen so they can plan for that. I'll pass it back to Dr. Gonzalez.
Thanks. So how are these going to be used moving forward? In the short term, we're going to be using these for remodernization projects. We've got at least, we think we can get through the first phase, at least 2, if not 3 full school remodels, which means we're going to be looking at everything from windows to flooring, to the technology, the infrastructure for those sites. Long term, if it turns out that we're building schools, we have these district standards and these educational specifications that we can fall back on, so that when we're designing spaces, we can really say, these types of things go in a front office. These types of things, this is how a bathroom would look, or the type of, hot water in bathrooms. But not all the recommendations are going to be possible, because we will always be constrained by budgets. And so that's something to just really be mindful that it's a set of guidelines that gives us the framework for the direction that we need to go forward. And so we are ready once the board approves these tonight, hopefully, that we'll be able to give these to architects to really start moving on some projects quickly, because this is the last piece that's really been hanging us up. So the last slide that we want to share is, we want to talk a little bit about what the process has been. So we started working with HED architects back in September. And we've worked hand in hand with them over the last 5 to 6 months. The first thing we did when we originally brought this to you is we said we wanted them to understand Mount Diablo. You can't take a template and just give it to another district and say, okay, it worked here, so now it's going to work over here. So they spent a couple of days. They walked through 2 elementary schools, 2 middle schools, and 2 high schools. The sites are there. They then went back and they drafted some specifications. So they took a look at some of the projects that they'd done before, and then they Mount Diablo-ized them. And then what they did was they also took into account Ed Code, current building standards, because when you go in and remodernize a campus, you have to bring it up to what the current standard is. We sent drafts of those 2 documents. So at one point in time, it was an elementary, middle, and high school. We combined elementary and middle together. We had multiple copies running all over the district office. But we had ed services, special education, technology, facilities, maintenance, operation, transportation, food, and nutrition. So everybody had an opportunity to weigh in. Over on the ed services side of the house, not only did we have Mrs. Sachs working through it with us, but we had the leaders in elementary education. We had the leaders in secondary education also looking at every single document. We then circulated it through a staff feedback process. So once we got 2 really, really super clean drafts, we put it out through Parent Square email to all the staff and said, look, we want to get everybody's feedback on this. We had 47 staff members that responded with certain things that they thought were good, certain things that they felt were missing. And then as a team, we went back and we said, okay, is this a nice to have, or is this something that we missed in the plan? And there were some things that we missed in the plan. For example, gender neutral restrooms. We didn't call it out as gender neutral. And so we made sure that we went back and we touched upon those pieces. And then, so we had that survey open for 7 days. And then we also said at the same time that we were launching it, we want everybody to know that we're going to have an open meeting. And there were 4 of us that were, the 4 of us that you see on the front page hosted that meeting. And I want to say we had 4 attendees or so. It was on a Monday evening and it was just pretty much open. We talked about any topics that anybody wanted to bring up about anything in the plan, what they liked, what they didn't like, if they thought that we missed anything. And we took that into account. And then what we did was we took all of that feedback, we brought it back, we ran through the drafts again, and then we went into the final editing phase to bring you what you see here. And so what we also did was I certainly am not going to pretend that I know what needs to go in certain places in school offices. And so we would always go back to a lot of our chiefs to say, we'd like you to vet some of these ideas. Is this a must have or a nice to have? And so we really did weigh all of those. And so there was never one person that was saying, oh, that should be in the plan. Oh, that shouldn't. But it was really a group conversation throughout. And so what we're bringing you tonight is we're bringing you 2 versions. We're bringing you an elementary middle school version, and we're bringing you a high school version for your approval. So the 2 of us are happy to answer any questions. I know that some of our colleagues are also here if there's anything that you would like to hear from any of them as well.
Trustees?
So I do have a couple of questions and a couple of concerns that I want to share. I've had feedback, and also I've experienced this where sometimes the basic necessities that we need to thrive or even like have safety in our schools are not being met. So in one of the slides, I mentioned about the implementation of water fountains, more specifically, water fountains with water bottle filling stations. So I want to share this, like, I just want to have a clear understanding if these are implemented, how are we making sure that they are accessible to students before school, during school, and after school? Because a lot of the times at the middle school and high school levels, there are sports going on after school. And I know, like for example, Mount Diablo, there's only 2 working water stations, basically, of like for the entire school. And similarly, at other school sites, there are water fountains, but they're not being kept up to date. They're not maintained properly. And of that, they also don't have the water filling, yeah. So my concern is, how can we ensure that when these are being implemented, that they are accessible and that all students at all district levels have both a water drinking station and the additional part where you can fill up your own water bottle.
So when we go through and we remodel, we will be making sure that the stations are bottle fillers,
Okay.
right? So they have both of those components. I want to be clear and I want to manage expectations that in this first round of funding that we have with Measure J, we are only going to be going into 2 or 3 schools in the district. So, so what's not going to happen from these plans is we're not going to adopt these and then launch into working on all these things across the district because there simply are not enough funds to do it. But when we go through a modernization process at a school site, we will be meeting with the school community to talk about, here are the things that are going to be changing. And there will be a clear understanding and expectations as far as these drinking fountains will look like this. This is what will be in these locations. Absolutely, I hear your point that we need to make sure they're accessible outside of the school and not just inside buildings like in gyms. I know that that's a popular place to have them in middle schools and high schools, but that will be part of the planning process. And so if there's ever a question from students like you or from any of the adults that are on campuses, that will be the time where we're able to respond to that to make sure that those are there. The concept of them working is a different issue,
Okay.
right? So if there are drinking fountains on campuses that are not working, that's a different issue that needs to be tackled. But right now, what we're saying is we're establishing the expectation that when we start replacing items, they're going to be replaced with bottle fillers that have multiple abilities to do multiple things in various locations on campuses.
I had to step out for a couple of minutes, but I don't know if you might have gone over this. Where does heating and air conditioning or like ventilation in our classrooms come into this with modernizing our schools and going, like, my school was built in 1902, 1901. It's over 100 years old. But a lot of we still use a lot of our facilities. They've been modernized throughout the time, but a lot of their AC systems fail. During the beginning of this year in the summer, there was no air conditioning for a lot of our classrooms. And right now, even like during the cold weather, and not just at the high school level, but also like in the elementary school level, some schools didn't have heat or air conditioning to ensure that their students can be safe in the classroom and not have to focus on, have their focus on their learning.
No, I hear you. So again, with the educational specifications and the district standards, when we go through schools, if they need the remodernization that includes the HVAC systems, absolutely, that will be taken care of. As a matter of fact, one of the conversations we're going to be having after tonight is we've just been getting some quotes on if we were to go in and look at the top 30 schools and really go in and make sure that all those HVAC systems are really working appropriately, because we have a lot of very aged facilities. That's really a different issue outside of these. But I want to say some of the things that we've learned with the HVAC assessments that we've been doing is that, COVID hasn't helped us, right? We took a brand new filtering system that it physically would fit on the units, but it's been causing a lot of the units to burn out much more quickly. So we're not getting as much use out of the units that we had on top of that. And I think this building is a perfect example. We probably have 33 units in this building that need to be replaced because they are so old that they're.
But I just know we got 14 minutes to wrap this meeting up.
Okay.
I'll send you a question.
We're going to talk.
Yes, we're on.
Okay. Thanks.
No. Thank you.
It is.
Are there more questions?
Oh, I had something to say, but it's probably irrelevant, so I won't say anything. Thank you.
Okay. So just to make sure we all understand, this is like the guide for when we get to do work, how the work is done. It's not the plan for when it's going to be or even where. So what we're voting on is when work is done, when we get a gazillion dollars, this is how it will be done. Can I entertain a motion?
I don't have a microphone, but I elementary, middle, and high school educational specifications and district standards.
Trustee Nava Flores. Linda. Oh, there we- I was just last voting. That passes 5-0.
Mrs. Mayo, may we contact you offline and go through any questions or concerns that you had? Okay, okay.
Good evening, board members. I have before you for your review and potential approval, item 18.5, which is we're bringing back from last time, which is our board policies for our 4,000 series.
We've seen these before. Are there any questions? Yeah, I'll entertain a motion. Wait. Okay, the last one. Yeah, it went. Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam President, I move to approve updates to board policies and administrative regulations 4,000.
Second. Trustee Nava Flores. That passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. 18.6.
Karaoke night.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it got changed. So it's
Removed. 18.7.
18.7. Self.
Good evening or good night. Before you, before us or before you is we have a second assessment that has been made by our excess liability carrier. I say carrier, but it's us. We are part of a pool of many school districts that have joined together to create a fund so that we can fund any cases where there is a finding or a verdict against us as a district over $5 million. This was created back in 1986, I believe. And as a result of a new law that was passed effective January 1st, 2020, which increased the liability for sexual assault cases and in essence removed the statute of limitations, meaning that it doesn't matter when it occurred, it could be 50 years ago, people can now file a lawsuit against our pool. So as a result of that, there has been an increase. There is a request to fund that excess liability, and that is what's before you. Now, this doesn't mean that there are any cases that are pending necessarily against us, but there are many cases pending against our fellow school districts that are a member of our pool. As a result of that, and because we are a member of the pool, we have to pay our share, unfortunately. This statute actually is now pending again before the legislature, and I'm sorry to report that actually may pass, so such that this the revival of the cases may be gone indefinitely. So I am definitely lobbying my local senator to ask that school districts not be included, or at least any of the public agencies not be included as part of this California's Child Victims Act. But in the meantime, we do have to pay for what happened many years ago, and all these cases that have been revived. If there's any questions, please let me know.
A motion?
Madam President, I move to approve the invoice received from Self for this fiscal year for a total of $830,759.65 to cover MDUSD's portion of the self-assessed contribution amount of the AB 218 funding plan for this fiscal year to fund excess coverage for retroactive liability imposed by law.
Second that.
Trustee Nava Flores.
We anticipate this will be an annual premium.
It may very well be, depending on whether the law is extended indefinitely. We are dealing with it. I also should point out that this is what the invoice is now to us currently. However, this doesn't mean that it will be ultimately the amount that we pay. We are negotiating it. We are discussing with SELF, and we're trying to come up with a way of reducing that amount as much as possible. But in the meantime, we do need to thank you for allowing us to proceed with this, and as well as to settle up when it is time to do so.
Thank you. That passes 5-0. 18.8.
So yes, this next item is the CSBA delegation. And this is something that we bring to this board every year or every other year. Are we going to take action on a oh, we have to vote for three. It's info action.
So I'll throw it out there. I don't have a mic. Dr. Haley, Liberty Union School District will still have a representative on delegate assembly. So if you wish to spread the opportunity around to other districts, I would suggest voting for 1, 3, and 4.
I would second that. Well, there's a motion and a second. So, Trustee Nava Flores.
It's not that I have anything against
Just spreading the representation. Oh, Trustee Mason. That passes 5-0 with concurrence. 18.9.
Yes, so we bring before you tonight the 2023 Certificate of Signatures. It was adopted at the annual organizational meeting, but however, due to staff changes, we've had to bring it back and make adjustments.
You have a motion?
Madam President, I move to approve adoption of certificate of signatures for February 2023 to December 2023.
I'll second that. Trustee Nava Flores.